皆様、本日はご多用のところ、
Thank you very much for taking the time
誠
to
にありが
attend
とうござい
today.
ます。お時間になりまし
As
たの
it
で、
is now time,
これより
we
公益財団法人
now begin
国際交通安全
the
学会
International Association of Traffic and Safety Science Research and Survey Report Meeting
なお本
of the
日も
Public Interest
より
in
多くの
Cooperative
方にご
Foundation.
参加いただくた
We
め
are also holding this event remotely today so that as many people as possible can participate.
さて、本日の報告会で
Today,
は、2024年度の研究
for
調査プロジェクトの
2024,
中か
we
ら4
present 4 reports from the research project of 2024 and 1 report from the Utterance project.
お手元には
In your
本日のス
handouts,
ケジュール、
you can find the schedule for today,
学会賞
the
の紹介
presentation
資料、
materials, the materials introducing the Academic Society Awards, and the feedback form.
万一不足等ございま
If
し
you
た
are
ら、
missing
お
anything,
手数ですが、
please let us know at the reception desk.
またリモート参加
For
の皆
those
様には、
participating
事前に
remotely,
配信させていただきました報告資料
please
と
refer to the presentation materials and the materials introducing the Academic Society Awards that were sent to you in advance.
またご意見表に関しましては、
As for the feedback
Zoom
form,
接続終了後、
after the
自
Zoom
動的に
connection is
アンケートと
finished,
して皆様の
it is
パソコン等に
automatically
表示される仕組
displayed
みと
on
なっ
your
ております。
computer as a survey.
ぜひ皆様の忌憚のない
We
ご
would
意見をお
like
聞
you
きいた
to
だき
give
た
us
く
your
お願い
honest
申し上げま
opinions.
す。それでは、
Now,
ただいまより2024年
We
度
begin
国
the
際交通安全
2024
学会
International Association of Traffic and Safety Science Research and Survey Report Meeting.
はじめに
First,
当学会を代表
on
して
behalf of the association,
国際交通安全学会会長竹内
Kazuhiko
和彦より
Takeuchi,
ご挨
President
拶
of
申し上
the
げます。竹内会長、ご登壇よろしくお願いいたします。
Mr. Takeuchi, please come up to the stage. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I am Takeuchi from the IATSS. I'm the president of this organization. I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your participation today, despite your very busy schedule. In recent years, the environment surrounding traffic has changed significantly, with the population concentrating in the urban areas, the demand for logistics increasing, and efforts to transition to a decarbonized society progressing. We are faced with the challenge of finding a balance between the convenience and safety of traffic and sustainability at this moment. Also, today, we probably discuss, but under the Noto Peninsula earthquake and other natural disasters have also led to a renewed awareness of the importance of ensuring mobility during disasters and the resilience of traffic infrastructure. On the other hand, in terms of safety, the downward trend in the number of traffic accident fatalities has slowed, and the number has remained flat. We aim to contribute to improvements by focusing more on research and survey activities. On September 11th last year, we celebrated our 50th anniversary. We hope to contribute to the realization of an ideal traffic society by formulating specific strategies and promoting projects based on the IATSS Vision 2024, which is centered on the pillars of mobility, sustainability, and well-being. Our research and survey division is currently working on projects covering 18 themes, including these challenges, as well as the Noto Earthquake Reconstruction Project, which is underway this year. These projects are characterized by internationality, interdisciplinarity, foresight, and practicality. This time, we focus on 4 themes and reports on them. In addition, ATRANS, which we have commissioned research to, also has a report. After the presentations, we have time for questions and answers. We look forward to your comments and questions. Finally, we sincerely hope that today's presentation of research and surveys will be beneficial to you and that you will gain new insights. With your continued understanding and support, we continue to strive towards the realization of an ideal traffic society. Thank you for your participation today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. President Takeuchi, thank you very much.
それでは、これより、各プロジェクトの報告に移ります。
We move on to the reports from each project.
報告会前半の司会を、
We have asked
慶應義塾大学、
Professor Tomohiro Ichinose of Keio University to moderate the first half of the report session. Professor Ichinose, please. I am Ichinose from Keio University. I'm going to moderate the first half of the research presentation, including 2 themes. For each project, we have scheduled a 30-minute presentation, followed by 10 minutes Q&A session. I would like to encourage everyone in the audience and those participating remotely to speak up and ask questions. The first presentation in the first half is project number 2402C, with the theme of a society coexisting with autonomous vehicles, comprehensive recommendations for building the foundation. The presenter is the project leader, Professor Takeyoshi Imai of Hosei University Law School. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. My name is Imai of the Hosei University. Since FY22 and 25, thinking about the level 4 autonomous vehicle, and our project is thinking about the safety initiatives. So the society coexisting with autonomous vehicles, comprehensive recommendations for building the foundation. And as a result of my presentation, that based on the risks regarding that the autonomous vehicles, that we are able to put together the guidelines for that safe driving. And first of all, I would like to give you some premise for that. There are a lot of the risks surrounding us in my daily lives, that including that the foods and the medicines, medical products that are essential, but sometimes we are running the risks of malpractice and the damage our health. And the public transportation is very useful. However, that includes that risks to harm our bodies, and autonomous vehicles that is above level 4. It comes with the risks that driving that autonomous vehicles, and when that there is the casualties occurred, and there are a lot of the legal responsibilities and obligations would be asked to the drivers and the companies. And how to assign that the risks to each actors, and that I would like to produce and then introduce that guideline formulating regarding that's the risks. And in our project that we intended to formulate the guideline. And of course that we have to protect the precious lives. However, based on the risks that interferes or jeopardize the values of the lives, and that the companies of the autonomous vehicle should do the best to avoid the interference of the human lives. In this framework and the guideline is the legal infrastructure. And as you can see, the building the foundation, that the infrastructure means that the building the roads. However, at the time of the accident, and we need to offer the legal solutions that is considered the guideline of the legal guidelines. So this is the member of the project for the 3 years. There is the members of the IATSS and the observers and the policy makers and the stakeholders. So this is the overview of the 3-year project. FY 2022, it is the amended the road traffic law, and level 4 falls into the permission, and based on the German examples or the UK personnels that we examine and review the requirements of that amended traffic safety law, and that FY 23, and that we identified the 2 areas, the medical and the tourism, where the demand for the autonomous vehicles are high. For instance, for the medical, that we discuss the potential use of the AVs in the emergency medical care, and the tourism, that we received a lot of the inbound tourists. And there are some the voices raised that there are some problems of the rental cars. And the third pillar is that the dilemma issues. I think that you got a bit tired of the listening to this issue, but there are several unsolved issues that include that guidelines and the legal frameworks would be determined, therefore that we discussed a lot. And we also examined the UK survey. We will not pick up in depth, but the UK legal framework is quite unique based on the UK LC, but it offers that very unique perspectives, and the guideline would be incorporated. That's the uniqueness of the UK case. And the last year that we covered the diversified areas, sorry for very detailed slides, that we also focused and highlighted the agriculture sector. We received that perspectives of the agricultural stakeholders, and that we received a lot of the indications in the farmland. And on the bottom, please review it later on. The areas like the medical, the agriculture, and the tourism. And we thought about the solutions to prevent the traffic accident using the autonomous vehicle. And now last year, once again, that we confirmed that the traffic accident happened in the AH town. And the autonomous vehicle stopped, collided with the unattended vehicle. This should not be overlooked accident. The issue is that if the remote monitor areas, especially by the autonomous operating manager, recognizes a bicycle in the past, and they do not have the authorities and obligations to look at the object on the road. Of course, that consideration to the RES was overlooked at the beginning of the law. However, that we need to consider it, that we need to rebuild the obligations and authority of the RS. So starting from that AH town, that we have to review that obligation to monitor the operating status of the ADs and intervene the operations and stop DAV, etc., etc. And next, here, we also review the definition of the level 4. Probably there are some differences in the definitions in the journal public, and the driverless vehicle, there is no driver, but it does not specify that the driver, it is okay to drivers not in the vehicle. However, that our premise is that drivers and the driver's equivalent is operating the vehicle, and that driver's equivalent is responsible and obligations. And another thing is that you may be amazed that there is the Keihan bus case in the middle of the slope, the moderate slope, and autonomous bus avoid the track, and after the autonomous driving system, that the elderly woman got injured because of the sudden stop. And that the important thing is that it is not sufficient of the driver can ensure the safety equivalent to that. So here is the law that is stipulated by the MLET. The passenger vehicle transportation operators shall treat passengers or the public fairly and courteously. And that applies to the autonomous buses. Therefore, overall, that the customers inside and outside of the buses should be protected. Therefore, that the ground of that decision making is to protect that customers. Therefore, we need to consider the situation where that the customer was fully protected. The another accident that had made the headline, and that is a level 2 autonomous vehicle during that Paralympic. There is a visually impaired judo athletes had collided with the autonomous cars and that discontinue the participation. Of course, there are several situations that requires the special considerations. First of all, to what extent did the driver and the guide recognize that there is a possible for the victim, and did the guide try to stop the victim's approach, and did the victim try to cross the crosswalk with awareness of the guide's attempt to stop them? So those are the things that we need to consider. So the fact is that the level 2 vehicle should be brained. But there is no solution for that. So that one approach is that the driver recognizes that the risk and still that the driver entering into that situation, or the driver tries to avoid that risk. And that change that the value of the protection of the workers. So anticipating that's the question, the higher the function of that autonomous driving, the higher of the recognitions or perceptions of the ability of the vehicles. And that we need to guide the RS to recognize that issue. And here comes the trolley problems and the autonomous vehicle. Yeah, here we go. Now, and the upper slide, the autonomous vehicle is driving. There are the 3 adults running in, and of course, that vehicle tried to the autonomous driving system changed the AV's directions of the travel to the left, avoiding a collision of the three people. However, the AV collided with the one individual, and that AV's occupant P suffered minor injuries from the collision between the AV and the PD. Is it a crime established for the AV for design to the ADS program? And the three adults are interfering the driving of the AV. They should not be running on the driving road. And when we compare the obligations or responsibility or criminal liability for both cases, so there are diverse opinions over that. Number one is that AW is guilty of the murder or at least the professional negligence resulting in death. So what the AV should have done. And so there are some people that just gamble and to ask the decision to the heaven. And so that's the argument is that the death is only 1 or 3. Which one is better? So for instance, the only stops at one interpretation from Kant's deontologies. So what we should do is that amended recommendation is that together with the Immanuel Kant's deontologies and we discussed with the legal professors, there are the traffic accidents, but there is an opinion to stop vehicles. Therefore, from the overall, that utilitarianism should be the part of the discussion for the larger good. What we should do, and now the three individuals took the risks and to get into the road, and that should be mitigate the protection of the three people. And this is the professional negligence resulting in death should be applied to these cases. And if that is wrong, that could be a problem. Therefore, we resort to that the very eminent professors in ethics, and we have that,
especially for Dr. Biden from Karen and the Basel University, Dr. Glass and Hokkaido University. They are on the Dr. Hasegawa from Hokkaido University. Really have the deep insight of the ethics and the philosophy. So what we are thinking is not really denied, and in Germany, and that is the way they are working on developing the guideline and also on the preparing the guidelines. So this is the guideline. As you look at the number 2-1, and it is possible to recognize driver outside the AV issues for future study. We believe it is possible. And 2-3, in situations where damage is expected, it is necessary to measure the specific protection value of each traffic participant. So people who had the risk taking should be the lower in terms of that protection. So maybe without any objections, this is something we have to accept it. So that's what we discussed. So the guideline that will be we are developing, translate that into Japanese. When we say guideline, this is not the regulation, so maybe we do not have to tie around this. But that's not the case. If the content is correct and this is developed after the thorough consideration, and the guideline will be used for their suit or their coat. So then that is how we are going to utilize it. So what is important here is that in Germany, they have the ethics committee and they have a lot of the guidelines. So those are very good reference. But when we review them, there are many. It doesn't have the rationality, the assumptions. So and maybe that's because of the culture, but we have to have the legal and theoretical guideline based on our culture is what we have to develop. And what are the ideas we could have? As you see here, was we think about the utility of the AB and also the loss by AB, and the actually effectiveness is better. We are going to use that AB. And when we look at the risk base, which road is dangerous and what are the risks we would have needs to be picked up individually. I will skip some pages, but then what we draw the attention is this one is develop the farm ministry using robotics. So using this on the farming and the trucks. So there are clear differentiation of this. On the left, contact with a third party who has entered the field. And the right picture shows a contact with a third party due to deviation from the field. Right has higher possibility of the contact. So this is only limited for the field, but that could be used for the public road, for the ODD where the AV runs and the other areas, and the people should have the different ideas, preparation for that. And the bottom, and when the sightseeing comes here, and what are the areas they have to check, and the very specific instruction was given depending on the case, and not only the firm should use it, so it could be applicable for the public road. So as an embodying of that as an example, and the ISO, which some of you may be familiar with, which is an international standard. And once we have it, maybe having this, we think we can minimize the risks, but we have to be careful with this. The people who are developing iOS, how much they had the consideration they had. Actually, recent ones are not really thoroughly reviewed. So not just completely relying on this. The vehicles that are driving close to field or the ODD in the city areas, what are the standard we have to set needs to be reviewed individually considering each risk. So we have to be careful that it will be exempted because it is aligned with ISO. And maybe after this year, Japan is also going to start up talking about AV and AV operations. CCD is the model we would try to use. That's what it's said internationally. CCD is a competent and careful driver. This is a very abstractive ideas. So if we follow this at the file on code suit, we cannot win. So I am repeating. But for each site, each case, what is the risk we are going to bear, and so how still we are going to use the AV, and that should be explainable. This shows, maybe we do not have to read it, but when we use the autonomous and the vehicles, using it, there are some risks. Then also we should deny that the incentives of that needs to be presented in the guideline. Internally, we are developing the guideline for the AV use. Fortunately, for the external report, which was the opportunity I'm having today, it is not openly disclosed yet, but I will look at your reactions. And as you see here, Osaka, Tottori, Sapporo, and the local government and the event, we are going to collaborate with them. We would like to understand the current situation. Sapporo, we already have the very strong tie with the vice governor, and we are also planning to visit Tottori. We are in Tokyo or Osaka or Yokohama, so the needs for the AV is different from the remote areas, and we have to see what are the risks each site faces, and we have to put them together and develop the guidelines based on all those and the comprehensive ideas. As I already mentioned, for the guideline, when we supplement that guideline, this year we are going to disclose this. In Switzerland, they are in the process of changing the regulations or laws, and they have the very in-depth discussion for that regulation. So that's what we try to hear, not only for Japan, but we also try to develop the guidelines that make sense from the global perspective. Until last year, what was missing in our research is insurance. For the AV, if the accident cannot be avoided, we also have to think about insurance, other liabilities. It's more technical topics, but how that operation will be done and the speed, where it was driving, could be the factors to come up with the insurance value. So this is almost the same as a risk phase. Therefore, and if you are interested in this, we also try to have further discussions. And what is most important, and this is what I continue to present, for the AV, nobody's driving. This is right. However, as I mentioned earlier, even for the level 4 vehicles, and there is somebody who's monitoring that or supervising it. So that means that person is considered as a driver. That's the discussion ongoing in the UK. So the law is established, regulation is established, similar to my ideas, but there's not applicable in Japan yet. So we are trying to disclose the guideline after taking that into consideration. Based on the risk, and the people who are involved in should also raise the awareness, and we try to expand the scope of usage of AV, and that is the infrastructure we wanted to develop. I think we are making a good progress. However, as I mentioned earlier, I would like to take this opportunity and to also listen to the opinions from the Germany or the UK, and we will try to issue it by the end of this year, and we will try to continue to work on the trolley issues. And also farm we also try to consider that the usage of the farm as well. I'm not sure this could be possible or not, but self-learning for when the AV is driving, as they drive, and the safety area and risk areas are what they understand. That's what you already understand. So how they can do it. So if the human can control the self-learning, maybe we can reflect that, but the overseas think this is something maybe we should not use it. So we'll try to get more input from others and consider how we are going to handle it. Now, I went very quickly, but I would appreciate your candid opinion and comments. Thank you very much. Professor Imai, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, we would like to have your questions and opinion from the people. Those who are in the venue, please raise your hand. And if you're participating remotely, please click the raise hand button. And once you are going to speak, please say your affiliation and name first. Any questions? Any questions or any comments? I'm Kita from Kobe University. It was a very interesting presentation. Slide 30, Sam. Who was driver? Who is the driver? Was a comment you mentioned. And for this issue, when we are going to introduce for the aircraft the responsibility for the pilot and also the regulator of our specified roles, and there are automatic the avoidance estimates. So there's automatic machines, they can judge if there is a risk. So the pilot and so how that roles are split and who's the final controller was discussed I heard. I wonder maybe you refer to that discussion as well, because it's very similar for the case with the aircraft. Yes, thank you very much. From the beginning of the study, that's what we've been thinking. But slightly for the air and the road are slightly different. Even for the airplanes, they just fly. But vehicles do not have the ADD. However, so depending on the changes of the circumstances, I think it's more extensive. For the machine, I only can judge based on what was already said. But for the people, we'll be more flexible based on the time of experience. So that's what we are also looking at. Yes, to avoid the airplane crash or accident is what we also would like to consider.
Does anybody have any more questions or comments? The individual over there, please. My name is Sato. The associations to consider the vehicle society. I would like to hear the premise. So were you explaining that the guidelines? Yeah, we made the draft of the guidelines and reflected in my presentation. I understand, and I would like to ask a question on that, right? And talking about trolley program, that you mentioned such a criminal law or insurance, and however, that's the perspectives of the victims and how much the victims are covered by the insurance. So it is not only the dollar value, but also that who would be covered. Therefore, that I would like the committee to understand to make the guideline that. And in my memory, that the remote RS, remote monitor, and in my memory that the remote monitor does not need the driver's license. And if that remote monitor got involved with this operation, and that person does not have the driver's license, then what we should do? And that who would pay the damage to the victims and how significant it is? It is very important, because that I did not have the negligence, and how could I get damaged? And who would pay that damage? And the reaction to the violators. Well, at the time of the natural disaster, who will be responsible? But anyway, that who should be blamed, that nobody knows. And anyway, that the victims receive the subsidies. For that, who would pay the damage or subsidy, that is depend on the situation. If that drivers recognize that remote monitor who is involved in the operations, should cover that damage. Therefore, the temporary cash payment would be made, and afterwards that we need to recognize and acknowledge that who were responsible. That requires the further discussion, legal discussion on that.
Any other questions or comments? Are there any questions from the online participants? Okay, please, go ahead. I'm Kamada. Thank you very much for the detailed presentation today and for the trolley issues as well. the directions and your ideas are well established now. In relation to this, not really a proposal, but from the past, there are some ideas I have. How we are going to prevent the scope or range of the legal is the challenges we always have. And we already discussed the airplane. And also for today's in presentation, you included tractor issues for the road traffic. For the right before the AV, maybe the level 1 or 2 already penetrated to the specific brakes to minimize the crash. So at some stage, what is the process and what is the strength or the force applied for that brake? Who needs to be protected is also closely related to these other cases. And there are a lot of cases like this in the community now and maybe overseas. And there are some regulations and already discussed as an international standard. And existing those cases maybe just reviewed from the current situation, just you presented today, then maybe we can decide the directions we should go for. Yes, and that's what I would like to do, including our ideas. Thank you very much. You are one step ahead of us. As you mentioned, and actually the crash minimization brake and also for the seat belts, we also have discussions. And everyone's using it, and we believe it's safe, but it may be even dangerous depending on how we apply it. So in the beginning, in Germany, they were not really doing that appropriately. So that's why they had a serious injury, because they had the seatbelts on. So in the first technology, we have to look at the current situations, and then we have to identify what are the risks. And if we are not aware of that, we have to have the education. And based on that, we have to develop the next guidelines. And thank you very much for the very proactive questions and suggestions.
Thank you very much. If there's a brief question, I'd like to pick up one more. Okay, please go ahead. My name is Fukuda from Nippon University. So I have questions about the road, how to treat the road management. So the authority of the road management, how to consider the obligations and responsibility. I think that their job is to maintain that the road situations. When we think about the infrastructure in addition to the road management, that is, we need to consider the collaboration with the road equipment. So that legally speaking, that we need to install and manage the best quality equipment. There's no change of that's the legal approach. If that road is slippy, that maybe the road managers would be responsible. Thank you very much for the very fruitful discussion. Thank you very much, Professor Imai. We would like to move on to the next speaker. Now, let's moving on to the second case. The project number is 2406D. So the title is that Professor Akinori Morimoto of the Waseda University. The title of the presentation is Research on Efficient Accident Prevention Measures Using Artificial Intelligence. Thank you very much. My name is Morimoto of the Waseda University. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. So the title of my presentation is that the research on efficient accident prevention measures using artificial intelligence. First of all, let me introduce the member of the project. So the member including that's the professors and the special observers. That special observers include that the personnel from that's the police, Tokyo Metropolitan Police, and we are developing the application. Therefore, so that the informatics company, NECs, and the Construction Engineering Research Institute. So those are the members of our project. Now, so this is the 11th Basic Traffic Safety Plan is coming to the end that we are discussing the next Basic Traffic Safety Plan. Still, there are the casualties from the traffic. 2,363. So toward the vision 2030, that we would like to bringing this number down to 0, and that the government as well as the stakeholders make the very utmost efforts to do that. That said, it is so hard and challenging to make this number 0. On the other hand, the technology develops. And using that AI, that we would like to facilitate the traffic management and traffic safety plan much more proactively and aggressively. And IATSS has been publishing the Traffic Enforcement Handbook since 2014, aiming to provide continuous information to those involved in the traffic enforcement and the advocacy activities. Today, in particular, we highlight the AI, and we try to advance the accident prevention measures using that AI. To be more specific, using our applications and let the police to use this software and to consider what we could do to help prevent the casualties from the traffic accident. Now that we are about to the end of that project, the first year that we started the development of the apps, that we spent a lot of time to develop the apps. Of course, that we put together the results of that research. We explore the algorithm, including that the AI. So that is what we did for the first year. And the last year, in the 2023, and that we installed that AI on the field together with that cooperation of that the people on the ground. And this year, and we would like to release that apps to the general public. In addition, for the use of the prefectural police, that we conducted hearings with the prefectural police, and that we proceed that the revision of the traffic enforcement handbook that we have been publishing for the last decade. And so today I'd like to walk you through what we did last year. Now, they are open to the general public. That's what we make public is that algorithm that we developed. So that the red box indicates the traffic guidance and enforcement activity support system. If you enter the data or input the conditions, and the system would make the proposals, the ideal locations, and that our research institute could improve the quality and the capability of that system. If you listen to my presentation, if you're interested in the system and you like to try it at your local police, if you visit this website and you find the traffic guidance and enforcement activities support system, and please make the applications that we would be happy to offer the open source system. And it is only that one authority, but we received that the two institutions show their interest to use our software, and we make the presentation at the society. So this is academic society. So inside and outside of Japan, in particular, IATSS research that we publish our project or theoretical aspect in the traffic guidance and enforcement activity support system. And that's value, academic value of our project is that not making an AI the black books. That is, it is a signature of our project that it is the alliance with the existing system and AI. And next, moving on to the prefectural police hearings. Since there was the time limitation that we are unable to cover all of the prefectures, in particular that we received that cooperation from the 5 prefectures, and that what is very typical from that one of the local police. And first one is the police that's suffering from that heavy snow during that winter time, and that Okinawa police that received a lot of the foreigners or visitors, and that there are the collisions of the rental cars driven by the tourists, and the Mie and the Kawanaga police. And for the very long time that Kyoto police that have been conducting the safety management using that stats. I'm concerned about time, therefore let me walk you through that what we heard. For instance, the Akita prefecture, from that December and February, the traffic accident increase in the winter time, while that they have the program to intensify the enforcement, detections decreases, so it is a winter. And the number of that the speeding cars decreases. They have, and therefore it is very. They have already have that maps that indicating the accidents and the risky road. And the Kanagawa police. I think that the Kanagawa police is one of the first to introduce the AI system to manage traffic. Therefore, they utilize an AI system for the traffic monitoring patrol routes, selection and section of the accident-prone areas. I will drill down later on, but in this project, that we are very thankful for the Kanagawa police to offer the data set, and that previous version of the handbook. And the Kanagawa, it says that our proposals was useful, but there are some evolutions and journeys of that effectiveness of that system. So I would like to discuss that later. And Okinawa police, there are the large number. They have the large number of the tourists from the Taiwan, China, or South Korea, and the accident mitigations are very challenging. And using the probe data, Okinawa police are dealing with those violations, traffic violations. And the Mie police, and they have an accent risk AI system at headquarters, and they have not yet introduced a full-fledged the AI system, but they are seriously considering to introduce that. And the number of the fatal accidents last year was lowest ever. Therefore, we would like to analyze the root cause of this good phenomenon. And the Kyoto, the intersection accidents are the most common due to the road structures in Kyoto, and that they also want the visualization of the accident occurrence status and the enforcement activity results. Let me touch upon the system that we developed. So we let them look at the systems and to conduct the hearing that the reality of the systems or how useful it is to anonymize the police, that police A, B, C, D. The red letters shows that positive feedbacks and the black letter sentences slightly negative feedbacks. The visualization, the effect of the street activity could lead to the more focused activities. There is a system where the prefecture police, its usability depends on the individual abilities. And they have the similar system at the police B, but this system supports that individual capabilities, so that is good. On the other hand, it is unclear where the daily system input of the street activity record is feasible. That is echoed with the police C. So the data entry is a challenge. Police E, there is a sense of the routine in selecting activity locations, which creates a result, but this is very objective analysis that creates the value to us, and this is echoed by the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. With this objective analysis, that the police is able to analyze the accidents from the multiple perceptions. And what kind of the risks intensifies at the cross-section accidents, and the homework is that to finding out the root cause of the several different collisions. So we receive a large number of the feedbacks, and of course we are unable to solve all those negative feedbacks and reflect it into the system. However, that of course that we are very committed to make the improvement in our system. That this system cannot be developed entirely by the AI, because that premise is that the AI may give you the right answer. However, we do not understand what makes the AI make that the solutions. Therefore, that we need the rationale. Therefore, that we use that multiple regression by Bayesians, and that we find out the degree of the relationship of the variance. On the other hand, at the time of the enforcement activity proposal model, that we use the deep Q network that is used for the shogi or ego. That is a system to tell the player to place the stone of the table. Therefore, that AI would give you the police where that policeman should stand to minimize the risk. So combining. So the system consists of these two systems, these two theories. Get into this system for the risk predictions. It is based on the past activities, the distribution of the traffic. So this project is done together with Emlet. Therefore, that we enter directly that ETC 2.0 data set that lead to the higher probability of that recreation of traffic accidents and the road situation. For this data is quite valuable, and we recreate that real situation. However, on the other hand, without ETC 2.0, this system would not have been operated. Therefore, that we review that area again, for instance, so that big data owned by the AMLET, but also the big data owned by the private sector, the probe data. So this time that we used Honda's probe data, traffic vision, and we wonder that same calculation we were able to do using the private sector, that for instance, that link travel time data and the sudden deceleration data, related data, and we obtain those data sets and to consider it.
Another thing is the people flow data or position data from cell phones, whether we can use it as an alternative in case of probe data. That is kind of identifying a lot of information about people. And people, usually, most people have cell phones when people walk around, then the positional locations and accelerations and other information can be available for versatility. In the future, people flow data, if you can use it to make predictions, then even in developing countries without traffic data, then we can still apply similar systems there. So as for people traffic data, we are also trying to use it more actively. Then I'd like to talk more about ETC 2.0 on the left-hand side and traffic vision probe data and profile passport. So as for probe data, we can get a sudden deceleration count, but as for profile passport, there's no deceleration count. For vehicles, there are in-vehicle equipment, we can clearly know how they're moving. But as for cell phones, whether the person is on the bus or on a bicycle or walking, we cannot know. So we need to have a program to predict. If it is identified as a car, then it is picked up here. Likewise, so we make these predictions including data types here. So in actual cases, we have not completed the analysis, but we'd like to talk about the interim results. This place is around Shinjuku Station, and 50-meter mesh, 2,064 units. 2.0 data and traffic vision probe data are analyzed. On the left-hand side, you can see 2.0 and Honda car navigation data. Traffic vision is also shown on the right-hand side. That is high correlation, basically. They are all from cars, and of course the correlation should be high, but for human traffic data from cell phones, if we try to get it, the correlation is quite low. If you look at the right-hand side, apart from roads, there's a lot of distribution outside roads. That could be some mistakes. On the other hand, the left-hand side, ETC 2.0, then it could include disaster-only roads, or then for the purpose of privacy, the data is kind of deleted around residential areas. So inside residential areas, that tendency is quite high. Then as for human traffic, even inside residential areas, we can see them. So maybe we can use hybrid approach to cover residential areas as as well for higher accuracy, but we have not reached that stage yet. Next is speed data. On the left-hand side, you can see TNC 2.0, and on the right-hand side, you can see traffic vision, and there's a high correlation. In the case of human traffic, then that is a little better now, but on the right-hand side, around Shinjuku Station, the south to north direction, it is high distribution. That should mean train lines. Maybe that was misregarded as cars. We need to do some calibrations about that. But anyway, these are the raw data we have obtained. Finally, this is about this sudden deceleration. So the accuracy levels are quite similar in both cases. As for 2.0, that includes data from parking areas and buildings, and there's a wider prediction available. For the remainder of my presentation, I'd like to talk about the revision of Traffic Enforcement Handbook. This handbook has a really gorgeous name or serious name, but back 15 years ago, we launched this project. So we basically wrote a lot of theses, but other than releasing literature to communicate to police, we summarized our past research results as handbook to make it easier to understand for police. And this has received a lot of high reputation, and the green revised version was also released. This time, we are going to go through the second revision, and we added AI section to it in the past few years. We have seen some different trends, so those parts were revised in the latest version. Now, I'd like to talk briefly about the revision. So we have 7 chapters. First, I need to say that this book is dedicated to police. It's not distributed on a public basis, especially the first edition and the second edition were dedicated to police, especially for police school and classes. The content inside, for the purpose of study and research and traffic safety, it could be also useful. So from the latest version on, this is going to be distributed to research organizations as well as people engaged in traffic safety. So if there are any stakeholders on this meeting room, probably we'll be able to give it to you. So we cover characteristics of traffic enforcement and relationship between traffic enforcement and traffic accidents and others. This was complete in March, the latest version. Especially based on hearing from Kanagawa police, they focus on enforcement by showing their presence to minimize accidents. That was mentioned in the previous version, and they continue to gather data. They have seen more accidents growing. With just showing a presence cannot just reduce accidents. We also need to actually arrest people. So just showing a presence on streets, it's useful, but it only may lose its effectiveness for a long time. Or, in terms of the difference between effects of enforcement, street activities basically have a lot of effects. But if we look at the details to minimize accidents, what types of enforcement are effective for what types of accidents? We did deep dive analysis, and Akita Police professor conducted the analysis, and the analysis results was also added. Also, from this version, we have new chapter 7, effective traffic safety measures. First, we talk about what AI is. In addition, in the Scholastic conference, what kind of models were created with what kind of characteristics? It was provided in simple sentences. We scholars often use very difficult sentences, but journalists checked our sentences and revised those sentences as easier sentences. We have never received such big checking about our phrases, words and phrases. So if I give you some previews, so when you get the system and open it, then you can see this kind of map, then you can enter the jurisdiction and date, then you can see based on past data, you can see potentially risky accidental areas. Then, so police people who are doing street activities can decide where to go by inputting basic data. Most data are put here automatically, but weather data like rainfall, snowfall, or sunlight, you need to input manually. Why? Because that's related to security of the police system. Their PCs connecting to external network 24/7 could pose a security problem. So for weather conditions, they need to be input manually. If we can overcome this security issue, then such conditions can also be put automatically. Then the system shows you good areas for enforcement. For example, they propose 3 areas here. Then to those proposals, then how many hours you can do activities. Then, if you decide on one of the candidate and input relevant conditions, then you can see the risk reduction prediction and its impact on the system. What we'd like to tell you, emphasize here is, we are not encouraging you to go to all the areas AI proposes. This is just a support system. So when you do traditional street activities, this system can give you more information and advice. If you find this useful, then maybe you can, for example, you can follow AI advices for the 2 locations out of the 3 locations. Then the computer system will do calculation again, and in that case, the AI can show the risk minimized areas. You can apply different patterns by clicking, and you can optimize the street activity areas before actually conducting. And after you finish, you can give feedback about where you actually implemented street activities. Then that data can be used as tomorrow's prediction. Finally, I'd like to summarize. So spending 3 years, we created this system. It's a system using AI, but it's not complete by just creating algorithm. To implement this in society, we tried to do more and we were more cautious. We will continue to improve this system for higher accuracy. AI has an advantage. AI could be foolish, but AI will become smarter gradually. So we have 47 prefectures have different types of format of data. So we might need to unify the formats. And we may standardize and use similar specs to be able to have integration. And also, if we want to deploy this to foreign countries, there's no probe data, there's no accidental data available. In that case, we may start with human traffic data first as an idea for overseas countries. It's an open data source. So this can be freely available and you can make whatever improvements you want to make to suit the needs of each different areas. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Morimoto. I would like to take the questions on the floor or online. If you're in the venue, please raise your hand. The online participants, please press the raising a hand button. Does anybody have any questions? Anybody? Any volunteer? All right. While that's people are considering, let me ask a question from me. The system that you developed this time, that is standing on the side of the enforcement, the police. If we combine the similar data sets, are you able to provide the information that is useful for the users? Are there any possibility to do that? Thank you very much for the question. Yes, if you have the accident database, you are able to predict the accident risks. That's the car navigation system installed on the car that you are able to watch that you are driving in the high-risk areas. That is the signal to raise the awareness and the your careful attention. And of course, that there is the one system to predict the risk, and the other is to make the proposals. Of course, that the system that how to enforce the traffic management cannot be available to the general public, but the former could be make the public.
Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead. I'm Kawaguchi from Honda. So as for the model used in your presentation, I want to ask about how you evaluated areas identified as risky. Then what's the validity? How do you evaluate the validity of that kind of identification? Thank you for your question. 2 years ago, inside Shinjuku Police, by spending 1 month, we had a POC. We obtained data and looked at whether accidents were reduced and sudden deceleration was reduced or not. Last year, we made a presentation about that. Simply put, the POC period was quite short. So we could not say that we had a sudden reduction, steep, sharp reduction in accidents. But as for sharp deceleration behavior, it was reduced to a certain extent. If we can take a longer time data, then as for accident risk and accident number, we think it can contribute to that, but we have not been able to make a comprehensive approach yet. Thank you.
Does anybody have any more questions? Yes, please go ahead. My name is Sato, thinking about the vehicle society. Previously, that you input the human flow data and the speed of the human movement. If just looking at the speed that you identify that particular individual is moving with vehicles or a train, well, recently the raising the awareness or making the headline is that electric kickboard, and that this data set or database is applied to managing and controlling the electric kick scooter. And as the MC mentioned, that you are offering that the database to the users, and if that smartphone installed in electric kick scooter, and users are able to identify the risky areas using the phone, that could help improve the safety of that drivers. Of course, our project that we are receiving that data set from the cell phone company, and inside their database that is classified by the algorithm is divided, but it might be challenging to identify the data set used for the electric kick scooter or the vehicles. If we are able to classify and identify this data set comes from that electric kick scooter or the data set comes from the vehicles, if there is the tool that to identify that apps to use electric kick scooter, that would do. The another issue is that is it really good that the user of the electric kick scooter is allowed to look at the smartphone while driving, and that is increasing the risk of driving.
We can take one more question. I'm from Tezukayama University. My name is Renge. About map information going forward, about road and traffic information. Is it possible to take in more of such information? For example, in the pedestrian crossing, a lot of cars ignore stopping once before crossing that pedestrian crossing, and what's the data difference between crossing with intersections with traffic lights or without traffic lights, whether vehicles are in compliance with laws to make a short stop or not, such information can it be incorporated into the system as well? Well, currently, we just input very limited data to predict accidents. But in the past, we tried a lot of patterns, including intersection data and others, and we looked at which model was more effective. With more and more data, we can have higher accuracy. But considering the calculation, it will be very complex. Currently, we just put variants that are most useful only, but going forward, we'd like to put more variants, and we want to make sure programming can be made by AI in a certain period of time, even in the same kind of intersections. If the region is different, that could pose different risks. Then AI can learn different characteristics of similar intersections to adapt to local needs. That was also necessary. Thank you for your question. Thank you. Now, it is time to close the second presentation. This wraps up the Professor Morimoto's presentation. Thank you. Now we have concluded the first two presentations. Professor Ichinose, thank you for your...
We have asked Professor Taro Sekine of Nihon University to moderate the second half of the session. Professor Sekine, please take the floor. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm Sekine from Nihon University. I'm going to moderate the second half of the three sessions for the second half. As in the first half, we have scheduled 30 minutes for each project presentation, followed by 10 minutes of Q&A. I'd like to encourage everyone in the audience and those participating remotely to speak up and ask questions. The first presentation in the second half is project number 2409B, with the theme of research on accelerating the adoption of Japanese-style roundabout. The presentation is by the project leader, Professor Hideki Nakamura of Nagoya University. Please begin. Hello everyone. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm Nakamura from Nagoya University. This is the title I'm going to give a presentation on. This project is for the government and the agency association joint project, and it's the second year of the three-year project. Therefore, this is not the final results update, but I would appreciate your attention. And this is a collaboration of the government and the agencies and some of the associations. So in addition to those IATSS members, we have the government researchers and also a lot of private the association or corporations to work on the social implementation. First of all, I would like to present the background and awareness of the issue. Needless to say, Japanese roundabout needs to accelerate their dissemination or penetration. As you may be aware, that international on the traffic safety and the research they kicked off the International Roundabout Project, and continuously I was involved in various projects continuously. And we started with the study and also had the social testing and also the social implementation. Then also the road and the traffic law revision. So it is leading to the full-fledged the implementation. In that situation, roundabout is also been 10 years after the revision of the road traffic law. And then now, more than 170 areas, 70 roundabout is existing in Japan. However, how should we look at this 170? With our understanding, and we are still in the process, it's still a long way to go in order to call this the penetration. It is just the beginning of this study, so we have the study on the real situation and to clarify that and to review the situation is one of the purpose of this project. It is about 170 roundabout. Looking at the 47 prefectures, and the average will be 3 in one prefecture, 4 in one prefecture. I wonder how you feel it. Are you using roundabout every day? From that perspective, I'm sorry. And the overseas situation is completely different from Japan. We are still a long way to go. And overseas, in the US, and they started work on this century. So in already 20 years, they has more than 10,000 roundabouts. Then in Korea, which I will present later, they started to work on that earlier than Japan. And they are moving much faster than Japan. Therefore, in the future, and at the great intersections, which is required. But for these areas, there are a lot of the intersections that will cause the traffic accident. And recently, actually the WiseNet New 2025, which is trying to provide the even smoother services. That is one of the themes. So the smoothness and the safety needs to be achieved, and also considering the autonomous vehicles, roundabout needs to be expanded further. That's what we strongly feel. In that situation, there are some Japan unique situations. So while having the shares, what is a roundabout that is fitting Japan? Not only the structure, but the implementation method and operation method. What are the options that we have in Japan? That's what we are going to study and research. And from this, for the creating the region, while building the town, we want people to feel this close to everyone. In order to achieve that, in the beginning, the penetration of this emission is prevented for some specific challenge. So we need to identify that and try to resolve that. That is the required activities at this moment. Now, and the objectives of this research study, and maybe the saving space, saving cost, and easy and structure, and then we have to have the Japan unique specification and simple design, and to try to diverse our the roundabouts in Japan. These are very abstract objectives, but try to make it easier. And so we want to identify and eliminate factors hindering the dissemination. So that's why we are collaborating with the government and authorities to make the progress. Be more specific, and maybe we need to promote the awareness of roundabout. In order to do so, and we have to have the survey on the awareness and also have the factors analysis. And then especially for the regions that do not have the higher awareness, we are going to conduct seminars so that we can improve the awareness. And 2 years ago, as a part of the project, a roundabout database was developed, which include the result of this study, and we are going to update it and enrich it. That is one of the important tools to promote this project. Second point is that, and it's the Japan style. That means, especially the Japan roads are very narrow, and it's very difficult to try to improve it because there are a lot of conditions because of the space. For those areas, rather small size roundabout is what we can probably achieve considering the space saving and cost effective. And especially for the auxiliary arterial roads and local roads, maybe we can have the testing and we can also have the data from that. And based on that, it may require some technical requirement, but specification of the roundabouts for the small area should be also presented. For the conventional roundabout, as you see on the right on the roads, you see the layered functional hierarchy of the roads. Then starts with the freeway. Then there are functions, specific functions of each road. And relatively in the middle to above are what we are working on for the roundabouts expansion. But for the roads that we are using on that daily basis, roundabout is also important too. So therefore, for the even smaller one, which will be the second from the bottom, auxiliary on the arterial roads is where we really have to think about introducing roundabouts. And the picture on the bottom is from the US example in Florida. And the roundabouts, small roundabouts in the residential area, this is what we need in Japan as well. Research plan, as I mentioned in the beginning, this is a 3-year project, and it was the second year. So we try to sort out the challenges, and we have seminars and exchanging opinions. And based on that, and the cost savings, small side roundabout is what we are going to prepare for the social testing and to implement it. Those are the challenges we have at this moment. For this fiscal year, and for 2020 fiscal year 2024, main items are shown here. The first year was the local government needs questionnaire survey. And actually we received the support for the Transportation Bureau and to have the local government and survey for the local government. Utilizing that for each local government awareness and also the needs were captured. Especially if there are any needs, but awareness is not high. So those were actually the target to have the roundabout seminar, where we had exchange of opinions and try to build the consensus and to lead to the social experiment and implementation. That's what we worked on. And based on the awareness survey, detailed background needs to be investigated. Therefore, we actually visited the site and had the interview of the people there and try to list out all the challenges or issues. Then, and that will be also reflected for the roundabout preparation, and what is needed for the roundabout in Japan was discovered. And by having the social experiment, we are going to implement it. For Japan style small type roundabout and overseas, it's very well penetrated, expanded overseas for the small roundabout. It may be more technical, but we are going to also have the investigation for the overseas small type roundabout and discussing how we can do it. And this is our third year, and we are going to evaluate for this social experiment and give the feedback for the technical study and try to propose the Japanese style small on the roundabouts. Today, among them, and number 1, number 2, number 3 are what I would like to briefly update. The first one is the issue organization based on hearings, interviews. This is for held in 2023 in November, and we had the local government survey for each local government on the roundabout introduction or consideration. And actually there are 1, 2, 3 and already introduced, A and B considered but not implemented, C not considered. So those are what we categorize for this survey, be more specifically as an awareness of the roundabouts. And actually the Traffic Transportation Bureau, and as you see, and those are the referred materials already distributed. But that's been already 10 years ago for some of the cases. And how much everyone was aware in the local government was one of the questions. And also ask the questions that if they have experience using those roundabouts. And also the impact expecting for the roundabout, or what you can expect from the roundabout, what is needed for the future rollout, and if there are any local government and they gave up to do it, and why they had to give up. for that. Then we conducted the survey also for those topics, and the responses actually 1,705 local government. And by organization, as you see on this, and by region, there are some differences, but we collected the data from the area in Japan. And I would like to pick up several results from these surveys. On the top left, and for horizontal axis shows the awareness in the prefecture, and the vertical axis shows the awareness of the prefectures. And so if the number is higher and the awareness level is high, therefore, if they are on the 45 degrees line, and the local government in each prefecture and prefecture itself, the awareness are aligned. However, looking at this, as you see on the bottom right, is where we see the dots. So that means the prefecture understand aware of this, but especially for the local government, person in charge are not really aware of it. The difference of the awareness, you see the differences on the right table. The top one is Tottori Prefecture, followed by Tokushima, Aomori, Iwate, Kochi, Hyogo prefectures. This time, Tottori and Aomori, what are shown in the red areas are what we had interviewed for. On the bottom is after they reviewed the possibility of the roundabouts, but for some reasons they gave up, abandoned to do it. And the red are the prefectures that they actually abandoned. On the right, you see some of the names: Sapporo, Kitakata, Tadami, Kisarazu, Kimitsu. And so those are the local government we had interviewed with. Contents of the interviews or hearings are shown in this table. On the right, you see the objectives, review of awareness improvement measures, and considerations for implementation and dissemination, and others. There are specific questions we asked. For local government, how the information is rolled out, or in the prefecture, and the reason why the roundabout is not making progress, what the challenges and the reasons that they are abandoning, and how they are taking actions, and what are the incentives they are giving for the local government, and the challenges, issues, and the future plans for the roundabout and the expectations. That was what we had an interview for.
This is the summary of the results. On the left-hand side, you can see PR, human resources and study process, cost, technology, safety, challenges in snowy and cold region, as well as maintenance and management. As for challenges, please look at red highlighted items. So awareness is low. That's the first point, and unfamiliar to residents, especially when people in charge are replaced, knowledge cannot be maintained, and the basic foundation is still lacking. So we have not really reached a widespread stage yet. As for the considering study stage, they still lack relevant information, and even information about manuals is lacking. And it's difficult to buy the land and do the compensation for houses. To overcome these challenges, on the right-hand side, we need to improve awareness and provide more information and provide training sessions. Also, in upper rows, we need to have actual success cases to make it more widespread in local governments. As for cost, maybe we can prepare roundabout that requires no purchase of additional land. Also, by providing seminars, they'd like to have dialogues or consultation points as well. Based on this, as for the purpose of this project, it is quite to the point and precisely to the point and catering to the pain points of the stakeholders. Here is a summary of our measures going forward. For the short term, we need to provide seminars we need to collect challenges and summarize them. Next, we need to compile introduction history and others. In 2014 IATSS H2645 project that covers several local government project results. Including this, we need to further strengthen information provision for cost. We need to have success cases of small roundabouts and social experiments as well as research results. For mid to long-term plan, not necessarily provided by IATSS, but we need to explore public relations strategies targeting the general public, and we need to have detailed manuals for the process. Then as for technical requirements, we need to create guidelines specifically describing the comparative study selection and others. As for costs, we need to create collections of implementation examples using subsidies from the governments. Also, we need to have more contact points for consultations as well.
当然これらについて、IATSS だけでできるわけではありません。
IATSS only cannot tackle all of these challenges, and other stakeholders needs to be involved as well. So as you can see at the bottom, IATSS like organized academic societies, road-related associations, national governments, prefectural governments, municipalities, those stakeholders need to share responsibilities to tackle these challenges.
はい、それでは続きまして、2番目に、ラウンドバウトのセミナーを開催する。
Promotion of awareness and exchange of opinions through roundabout seminars.
まず最初に、こちらは先ほどの認知度のアンケート調査の結果を
Based on the awareness survey results, we show this map. On the left-hand side, you can see prefectural distribution of awareness with different colors. That if the color is deep, then that means higher awareness. So Kochi, Nagasaki, Tottori have very low awareness. On the other hand, you can see on the right-hand side the number of roundabouts installation with different colors. Prefectures with lighter colors mean there is less roundabouts, Nagasaki and Kochi especially. And this year we conducted seminars in those two prefectures. In Kochi, we went to Kochi City, and we just targeted road or police-related participants, in total 70 participants. And from the Ministry of Transport and also the Road Traffic Division of the police, they shared some information. And from the Kochi University of Technology, one professor gave us a keynote speech. In addition, we provided explanation about roundabouts. As the main point, so rather than just one-way information provision, we need to exchange opinions. So number 4 was exchange of opinions.
で、それからですね、今日ちょっとこのスライドを特別に入れたんですが、
I did this special slide. So from the police side, we are going to show this information from the National Police Agency. Roundabouts have been around for years, and there's a question about accident reduction effect. The police side has given us relevant information, and so before and after roundabouts, the number of accidents have been reduced by 65%. So by switching to roundabouts, how many accidents can be reduced? So on the left-hand side, there were 26 accidents in total before roundabouts, but after that, it was reduced to 9, and there was no fatal accidents. If you look at different years at the bottom, then you can see the total locations. So the latest number is 161. But before that, the fatal accidents were 0. Minor accidents were just 2 or 1. So the number of accidents, they are mainly minor accidents only. And these results are in line with the data in overseas countries. We have been providing a lot of information, including this, in seminars. So this information exchange meetings, which is a roundtable meeting, and we have 3 groups of participants, and we have facilitators for each group, and we freely exchange opinions. In the case of Koichi, for each group, we prepared plans, including 2 potential locations of roundabouts, and we exchanged opinions about how roundabouts could be implemented as some of the main points. We need to solve issues related to the characteristics of roadside facilities, for example, and also we discussed methods for consensus building with residents and users. In the case of one-way seminar, people do not ask questions, but with this format, we had face-to-face and bilateral discussions. This way, we can understand people's needs better, and we can give better feedback as well. The next prefecture is Nagasaki. We went to Isahaya City in July 2024, and we invited road administrators and the police. In total, 61 people. There was no keynote speech, but we conducted the same roundtable meeting. After the seminar, we conducted a survey targeting participants from Kochi and Nagasaki. We conducted this kind of questionnaire, and on the left-hand side you can see Kochi and Nagasaki on the right-hand side. So red and the purple colors you can see here. So they are very much interested or quite interested. The number of people interested is increasing based on this questionnaire as an actual effect. In the case of Kochi, we showed some candidate for roundabouts in Kochi seminar, and also in one of them, actually, Kochi is now doing a feasible study. In Isahaya City of Nagasaki, they have decided on social experiment of small roundabout implementation. Number 3 is implementation and deployment of small roundabout social experiment. In the case of Isahaya, there's a social experiment of small roundabout. In July, we had a seminar, and after that, they decided on this experiment. On the left-hand side, you can see Seibudai residential area, and without any traffic lights, and it's a residential area under development. For the side of road, we need to have a compact size roundabout that can fit in the size. So the outer diameter should be 20 meters. The general roundabout has 27 meters, but in this case, because the diameter is smaller. In 2024, in February, noon, it started roughly 2 2 months ago. Then, with the local government and with the local priests, in line with them, we created a press release and flyers and provided explanation about the social experiment together.
で、これがですね、2ヶ月前、2月14日の
2 months ago, this is a preparation picture in February.
通常の一時停止の交差点
So this was originally an intersection that requires a tentative stop for vehicles, but it's now turned into roundabouts. And in the central island, they put barricade and blocks to create a makeshift roundabout. In the morning, as you can see in the left-hand side, gradually you can see equipment in Central Island, and now it's and in the evening it was already complete. So after the seminar in July, after 8 months, the social experiment actually started. After that, we are doing follow-up. There's small roundabout with diameter 26 meters. This is well functioning. So the vehicles with priority were speeding without traffic lights, and in this kind of residential area, roundabouts are fitting in very well, even in terms of landscape as well. But this is a really first attempt inside Nagasaki Prefecture, so of course there are some challenges, including some trouble going in the wrong direction, or not knowing how to turn right, or forgetting to use left turn signal indication. After that, we also conducted investigation and collected speed and trajectory data. And in this year's project, we are going to conduct analysis. Finally, number 4, technical analysis of contact roundabout and the roundabout database. We just have 1 minute to go. I have to skip this, but Japanese roundabout structural requirements as a small roundabout. What are the technical requirements? This slide is the summary slide about that. And about the database, it is being updated currently. We have 171 roundabouts all over Japan. As for the database, it started in the project 2 years ago as an IATSS project. You can access it and look at the latest updates here. 2409B project summary is here. So we conducted the investigation of needs and summarized them before actually implementing. Small, low-cost roundabouts have a lot of demand. We confirmed it. We conducted seminars and got positive results that led to actual implementation. As for the technical study of roundabouts, we conducted it. This social experiment just has started. We will continue to work with the local government to do follow-ups, and based on that, we'd like to do the POC of Japanese unique roundabouts, and we will continue to provide seminars for higher awareness, and we'd like to accelerate to do the summary for further acceleration and promotion of Japanese roundabouts. Thank you for your attention.
Professor Nakamura, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, let's take some questions and comments. If you are in the venue, please raise your hand. If you are participating remotely, please click the raise hand button. Also, when speaking, please state your affiliation and name first. Can you please raise your hand if you'd like to speak? Yes. I'm Sato from IATSS Japan. Thank you very much for very interesting presentation. And the major challenge here is that for the general public in Japan, do not have any knowledge or not familiar with roundabouts. I think that is the biggest challenge we have. And for that challenge, do you have any plan to take actions for them? Yes, thank you very much for the question. As I mentioned in the beginning, in 2009 or 2010, and that's what we worked on as a background. However, it's been 10 years since then, and the general public community are not really aware of this. Back then, the mass media also highlighted that, but it was just a tentative. But actually, the awareness was raised back then, but this is what I presented is the current situation. But in order to expand that, and the people has to experience the actual roundabout, we have 170 now. Actually, maybe how we are going to do that education could be different from the past. That's why we visit all the areas and try to have the roundabouts in each area so that people can experiment and feel that closely to them. In the venue. Okay. I'm Sato from Kurumatsukai, and yes, I'm really have a great interest in roundabout. So I was really looking forward to hear your presentation today. As an for the implementation of the roundabouts in Japan, those intersections you were working on have the traffic lights or just focusing on specifically for the ones that has a tentative stop? Yes, either. So sometimes we start from the scratch, and sometimes we just remove the traffic light and just implement the roundabouts. That was the project 10 years ago. And the social experiment that we explained this time was the area did not have a traffic light just for the tentative stop. Yes, for considering the traffic lights, that there's no car at that vehicle, but they actually, because of the traffic light, they are stopping. It is a serious issue considering the smoothness of the traffic. So we can prevent that having it. So I think that could be one of the appealing point of the roundabouts. And when I look at the news for the police agencies, said that the obsoleting the traffic lights, they are becoming quite old. So considering that this roundabout penetration is also important to resolve that. But from the perspective of the car or drivers, is what that is the issue we have. For the residential area, though, it is really the good match or desirable for the residential areas, what you mentioned, for the small size roundabout, for the pedestrians' perspective. If there's no crossroad on the cross section, and you are not going to set it, so that means once the car is entering that roundabout, it's different from the regular one. They are not able to go straight, so the car needs to slow down. Then even if there's in cross section, the zebra crossing, the car doesn't stop if there's nobody. So that is the issue we have now, and we have to have the good educations on that before we penetrate it, because looking at the current situation, most of the areas do not have any crossing for the people. So considering the safety, in order for us to expand the roundabout in Japan, we still have other issues that we have to tackle with. Yes, thank you very much for the question. Yes, for the obsolete traffic lights, I agree with you. And for the police agencies also aware of that as well. And for the pedestrian, you are right that, but as I mentioned in the beginning, for the roundabout or the road, there are various types of roads. In other words, for the suburb, the middle and long distance roads, and also the roads that are really close to the lifestyle. So they have the different users and to the roads. So by introducing the various applications, and we can just improve the situation. It's a great assumption, I believe. And also, as you mentioned earlier, that maybe the cross-section may not be required, crossing may not be required. If it's a very small road, such as the road for the living or lifestyle, there are many roads do not have the crossing. So having a lot of crossings for those areas may not make sense. And where we had the experiment this time are more like the auxiliary arterial roads. Therefore, if they have the traffic light, it may be better, but they do not have in traffic lights. Then for that case, which one will be better for the pedestrians? That's what it's worthwhile for us to discussing. And also, there's a web for the safety actions for the pedestrians. When we started to do the social experiment, we introduced 2 phases actions and try to make it shorter for the pedestrians walk distance and try to help the drivers to be highly aware of that. So that's what we are recommending. And if it's possible to do it, I think we can do it depending on the case. Then we can take an actions for the safety for the pedestrians, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. It is about time to close this session, and we are going to move on to the second session. Thank you so much, Professor Nakamura.
For the second one is a project on 2411B, 2412B. The theme is the International Comparative Study on the acceptance and environmental improvements for enhancing the safety of small electric mobility. The presenter is the project leader, Koji Suzuki of Nagoya University, and Miho Ito of Nagoya University. Please begin. Now, could you start? Hello, everyone. I'm Suzuki from Nagoya Institute of Technology. Today, this is the title I'm going to present today. Thank you. This is the background and objectives of this project. This project, this is the second year with the current title, and this is the second year of the 2 years project. But we have the advanced project, which started in 2020 for 3 years, for the 3 years project. And based on that, this is the evolution of that previous project. As you see in the title, and the small electric mobility is a target of this study. So if you live in the cities, in the morning and evening, at the various timings, you see the electric scooters in the city. I think you can encounter that often. In Nagoya, recently, I often see that electric car scooter in the city. So in 2023, after the road traffic on the road revisions, and this is considered as an electric bicycle. So the small electric on the scooters is also giving the new position. That's why it started to be penetrated. That's where we have in Japan. But when we started the previous project, the trigger was 2020. We did not have this kind of devices in Japan. In Europe or in the US, they had the electrical scooters earlier than us, and we started to see the offer, and we expected that will be probably available in Japan. That's why we kicked off that project. For that, on the previous project, new mobility is introduced. then what are the awareness of those users and what are the actions those users would take? And also to implement those the mobilities, what are the challenges we would face with the regulations? And for the road control, such as if they ride on the road, what are the ideas or what the local government should look at was what we wanted to see. So that's why we had the basic research on those things. So that's how we started to pick up and sort out the challenges. With that previous project, and this project is for 2 years project and mainly for the small mobility for the 2 passengers and what are the acceptance in the society and improving the safety. And we were working on preparing the environmental developments, as you see here. Through the international comparative analysis and field studies, we seek to identify issues pertaining to road infrastructure and traffic management concerning small electric mobility and to develop policy recommendations for coexistence with existing transport mode. And another purpose is that furthermore, we aim to produce educational materials to facilitate the safe operation of small electric mobility, particularly electric kick scooters. This is a project structure. I am Suzuki, and Dr. Professor Iro from Nagoya is also working with me, and she's going to present today. For this on the electric mobility field, I'm specializing in traffic technology. But there are some laws, and since this is a passenger, mechanical and the engineering and other bioengineering, so many various experts are involved in this. That developing such the electric mobility, we needed to have an input, so that expert is also involved, and also the Transport Bureau of the police agencies are also involved in this project. We had 3 working groups in this project, and the first one is for the safety, the psychological and safety education in rurals. And that result will be reported by Professor Iro later. For the behavioral analysis, which is a working group 2, and international research or international comparison is a working group 3. Those are the 3 working groups. And try each member is supported in each of their expertise. I would like to present the researches for the working group 2. Working group 2 specializes in behavioral analysis, as I mentioned earlier, and we introduced it after the traffic and the road traffic and the road revision. So we wanted to investigate based on the current situation. So we had 3 areas. The first one is public road driving experiment. And as you see on the left, for the actual and the experiment, this was done at Nagoya City and doing some monitors, and we acquire data. And the middle is for actually the monitoring observation in the public road in Tokyo areas, and how the electric kick scooters are moving, and especially comparing with bicycle. And number 3, which is on the very right, is on the inside the campus of Nagoya Institute, University of the Institute. We get the support from those samples. Then 2-wheeled bicycle or 3 wheels, and the vehicles were used to compare how each people keep the distance next to each other and change the speed as well to see the overtaking or overtaken and how they feel or how they avoid or prevent to crashing it. For the behavioral analysis, it's summarized in this slide and the next slide. And for looking at the roadway sections, and then what could be suggested from that result are summarized in these 2 slides. So what are you seeing in red are what I would like to present in the following slides. Mainly for the roadway, the intersection, and also for the shared space with the sidewalk and proper use. Those are the 3 frameworks I would like to present. For the roadway, for the impact of the pavement and comfort and position, you see on the bar graph on the left and you see the pie chart on the right side. On the left is actually based on the monitoring and to have the comfort evaluation by each zone of the road. On the right side is a roadway travel position. As you see in the pictures, on the top, above and bottom, and we have the regular areas and also the arrows, and to check where they are actually moving. So actually, for 80% said not comfortable driving on the bicycle areas. I think it is probably related to the vibration of the road. For the on the right side, it's actually tend to be avoided. So for the maybe the deterioration of the pavement and how these are set are impacting where people actually runs or drives. So on the maybe we have to remember the markings and also the pavement. This is the second point for electrical kick scooters and comparison with bicycle for the distance to the next and try to avoid the parked car on the road on the right. On the left, distance from vehicles for the electrical on the kick scooters and car vehicles, as you see in the bar graph on the bottom, the municipal roads, it's really insufficient space. But for how to address the parked vehicle avoidance, as you see on the orange on the right side, all the road, people think, and more than 50% thinks and they dangerous. So, and the proximity to automobiles and avoidance maneuvers around parked vehicles negatively affect perceived safety. Therefore, provide traffic space with adequate automobile clearance, implement on-street parking measures, and conduct public awareness campaigns are important. And the third point is the behavior analysis for the overtaking occurrence and bicycle interactions. And the left shows the overtaking maneuvers and right shows the speed of electric scooters. What you see, the colors on the hatch, this is the approximate speed of the bicycle on the left graph. And the National Highway bicycle for specific for the bicycles, which is a blue, and more in the case, they are overtaken by the bicycles. On the right side, for the speed for the bicycles is about 10 to 30 kilograms. So the road bike to city side, so there are various types. But for the electric kick scooters, that usually 15 to 20 kilometers per hour. So these are the differentiation and leading to the overtaking. So the safe overtaking method needs to be educated. And the fourth result, and this is just the result of the on-campus and the result. We did a survey about the anxiety. And for the horizontal axis is a combination kick scooters and the bicycle at the left, and the middle is a bicycle and the right is a bicycle and bicycle. So the gray is the having 1 meter distance between and the tool and the devices of bicycles. Then, if they have that 1 meter distance, 15 to 40% for the safety. If it's 1.5 meters, it's lower for the anxiety. But compared with 2 wheels, 3 wheels, 2 wheels is less than 3 wheels. When they are next to each other. For the the bicycle overtake the kick scooters and the bicycle secure this. And maybe we need a wider space for the kick scooters when it is overtaken. And this is a cross-section result. Once the traffic light changes or switches, on the left is for the stop position of the red signal. And the right is the picture. For actually, the red is where they already exceeded on the path on the stop line. So 40% is actually doing that. So especially for the small cross sections, and they exceed, they pass the stop lines when they stop. So electric kick scooters have a unique and the acceleration of the speed. So maybe the judgment where they stop is also impacting for these results. The electric scooter travel position with the intersection. This is a result from Tokyo. And we are trying to heat map. On the left shows the electric scooter and right shows the bicycle. For electric kick scooter, you see the circle on the left. Those has a darker red. That means for those corner section, they tend to stay, but for the bicycle, you see it's just like an arrow markings. And the bicycle also runs or drives on the sidewalks. And also for the two steps and the turns, they may stay at the corner. So how we are going to look at this corner is also what we have to consider in the future. And this is for the electric kick scooters and automobile conflict events. We use the data and the electric scooter and the other and the vehicles and the passing time was what we looked at from the data. Then within the 3 seconds. And then you have the different colors here for that intersection conflict events. And right turn and they have some conflict. So driving on the road is the case. So the kick scooters go straight. So that's why it is actually have the conflict with that vehicle. Similarly, at the intersection, electric scooter and automobile conflicts. On the left, you see the photo. And I'm sorry, this is not the automobile. This is a relation with the bicycle. On the left, you see the picture. On the right, you see the tracks on the tracing. And the orange is a kick scooter and blue is the bicycle. And the bicycle starts to run from the middle of the corner, so moving from the right to left. So at the exit of the sections, they are they are close to each other, so that means they are in a very dangerous situation. That's one of the unique characteristics. And for the anxiety during overtaking, for this, we are looking at the relation with the pedestrian. Depending on the combination, kick scooter and the pedestrian and bicycle. So 6 kilometers, and they were still concerned and worried. So for the kick scooters, if they have to drive at the 6 kilometers per hour, so that will actually consider increasing the anxiety as well from 6 to 10 kilometers per hour. And the anxiety for that area is once they are overtaken, and actually it is similar that when they are overtaken by bicycle. And the next one is about when overtaken, and you see there up to 10 kilometers, and if they have the distance of the 2 or 3 meters, and the anxiety is less. Even it's faster. And this is about the traffic accidents. On the left shows depending on the time paragraph, and the right shows the violation occurrence. So for those, and we are using the police agency data for the standing electric mobility was used, and actually it's more likely happening at night. And for the violation, it's also happening on the right side compared with the bicycle. So the specific and the rules difference between the bicycle and specific mobiles, we have to look at the difference to prepare for the space.
Now I'd like to hand over my colleague. Hello, my name is Ilio from Nagoya University. I'd like to make the presentation on the working group 1 user psychology. Previously, Professor Suzuki made the presentation of the results of that behavior. Risky behaviors affected by the road structure, or maybe predicated on that ignorance of the users and the traffic rules. And therefore, I would like to drill down that the level of understanding of the users. And if that the kickboard users consider it safe, however, the drivers or pedestrians around the kickboard scooter users feels risk or dangerous or anxiety, and I'm focusing on what would happen. In 2023, that road traffic law was amended or revised, and the electric kick scooter or EKS or kickboard rules were stipulated and formulated. Therefore, the traffic rules and electric mobility operations are widely distributed and available. As you can see, the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, prefectural police, or EKS manufacturers are producing the documents and the YouTube videos. And those materials that you are looking at is primarily focusing on the basic explanations and do not provide detailed commentary or awareness of the actual usage-based hazards. Therefore, our working group intended, based on that insights from this project, we focus on creating the contents with the aim of the education and moving beyond the basic rule and operational understanding that our activity covers 4 kinds. The one is a web survey and formulated materials. Web survey are targeted to the drivers or the pedestrians, the around kickboarders, and asking that how dangerous, how reckless behaviors that kickboarders make. For the time constraints, I'll cover very briefly. So let's see what automobile driver says. It says recognize electric kick scooters a higher collision risk than the bike for dangerous behaviors such as speeding or stop sign violation and zigzagging. What pedestrian says is that they have the higher collision risk than the bikes when traveling or crosswalk and sidewalks. And the difference mainly comes from that experienced kickboarders or inexperienced kickboarders. And in the hearing survey, Nagoya, this is the respondents basically from the Nagoya University, and that the question is surrounding electric kick scooter usage, and the key responses that include the near misses, experience for desired travel methods, and traffic rule understanding. So for that, we ask that conditions on what conditions that the electric kick scooters are allowed to travel, and some respondents, many respondents say indicated that they are not sure how to travel and how cross the intersections, and request for the particular rules. And 6 kilometers is too slow, making the device unappealing. And the request for dedicated lane development and road surface improvement. Based on the results, that we integrate project insights to develop educational materials. And the target is individuals who are becoming somewhat accustomed to IATSS operation. And the objective is to increase awareness for the personal safety and promote understanding of the importance of the cooperative and safe travel. So that is how harmonize with the people around the scooter users. And we would not give the we would offer only that the recommendations or information, disseminating the information regarding the dangerous or reckless behaviors, and we would not produce recommendations. And this time, the effective information delivery method, or what expressions and what medias should be used, are out of scope. First, that electric kick scooter accident occurrence statistics, and we sort out the physical characteristics of electric kick scooter behavior and what's the difference between the EKS and bikes, and electric kick scooter travel rules number 3 and number 4, the common user actions and underlying dangers. So those are the points that we highlighted, particularly in the number 2 and number 3. I think that the other previous materials provide number 2 and number 3. However, based on the hearings that we would like to pick up, in the particularly risky behaviors, in particular the electric kickboard has the very smaller wheels that makes it much more dangerous. And of course, the general public does not understand that the difference between the sidewalk travel allowed, or difference between the bicycle lanes and dedicated bicycle lanes or bicycle pedestrian paths. That we will offer more detailed discussions over that, and I will draw it down in number 4 in the following slide. So the one example of that common user actions, that is the avoiding bumps, the EKS is vulnerable for the bumps and tends to avoid asphalt joints, white lanes, or crosswalks. In the dangerous behavior, that users make the sudden changes in travel positions to avoid those joints or lanes. That is indicated that the drivers are concerned that the erratic behavior or sudden cut-ins, and that the drivers need to pay attention and anticipate those erratic behavior. And the 6 kilometers per hour mode is too slow, and assume the sidewalk riding was permissible, and electric kick scooters have the high maneuverability. And the anxiety when overtaking pedestrians at 6 kilometers per hour, but growing voice that they would like to drive faster, because concerning that dangers of the overtaking pedestrians, therefore the kickboarders tried to overtake the pedestrians at the fastest pace to avoid the risks, but the pedestrians feels the other ways. And the common underestimating safety that apparent because of the electric kick scooter users have lower sensitivity to the danger for the experienced users or non-users of the EKS have the different perceptions. If you have never used that EKS, that they feel much more anxiety and concerns of that EKS. Therefore, our educational material would raise the issues of those different perceptions. Now, number 3, it says research international workshops. This is the academic academic community or international academic community to share the research findings from this project and gather insights and challenges related to small electric mobility in various countries. And we organized several workshops. Sorry, I'm concerned about time, therefore I would like to skip several slides, but the workshops in the UK is that the role and expectations of the SE mobility, modern transportation system challenges. We hear the policies and the strategies and exchange views. And at Qatar University, we had another workshops. And in addition to the administrative side, that we listen to the bikes master plan, bicycle government master plan. And so this is the summary of the 29th. The question is that how to solve that the issues through the vehicle design or street infrastructure, or how to control privacy on that electric EKS, risk perception and acceptance by other road users, consistency with sustainability goals, and geographical characteristics of the usage locations. Sorry for the rush presentation, but we recognize the achievement based on the on-site surveys and the research that we are able to deepen the use of that EKS based on that on-campus experiment. We are able to suggest safe and acceptable road cross-sectional configurations for the pedestrians. And future challenges, particularly that we are creating or producing that educational materials, particularly for the non-licensed users. And that will conclude this project, but the following fiscal year, we would like to disseminate the results of this project. We will exchange opinions with road administrators and the business regarding research results, and that we conduct safety education for non-driver's license holders, user deliverables. With that, I would like to conclude our presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Professor Iryo, thank you very much for your presentation. Now, let's take the questions and comments. If you are in the venue, please raise your hand. If you are participating remotely, please click the raise hand button. Also, when speaking, please state your affiliation and name first. Please raise your hand if you have any questions or comments. Okay. Please wait for the microphone. I'm Tanaka from RIN. Thank you very much for a valuable lecture. Safety education for their specific and the small mobility, and with if the people are older than 16 years old, they can use it without any license. So at elementary school or some regions or community, police or PJs sometimes have their bicycle classes at the elementary school's ground, and the electric scooter doesn't require a license. So that means high schoolers can use it. And at the maybe high school education site, specific training for the scooters, electric scooters are not provided at this moment. What would be the best timing, and what are the best education that will be effective for those cases? Because you touched upon the education as a part of your presentation, so I would like to hear your opinion. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to give some comments on that. 16 years and older is able to use without a driver's license. So that is expanded. It's going to be available. And up to junior high school, and there's no way they can use it. So before people become 16 years old, we should prepare for them. So once the people are able to use bicycle and they have experience, so maybe for junior high school, before they turn into 16, maybe it's important for us to have the safety education, because for the elementary school children may not able to think about it. So we have to think about the education we can provide for junior high school students. That's my idea. Any comment from Professor Irio? Yes. In addition to that, right now, electric kick scooters, actually some individuals have their own nowadays. So that's what we have to think. But for shared electric kick scooters, there's a easy test to use it related to traffic rules. But maybe we need to collaborate with them further so that traffic rules can be educated further in a better, easier way of understanding and with a specific manner. And I think that kind of explanation will be required. For maybe junior high school student or high school student, maybe we can educate them. But the older ones, like our age group, people are trying to use the electric kick scooters. We should have somewhere that we can have access to. So I think it is needed for us to utilize various mass media or data.
Does anybody have any more questions? Does anybody have any questions and comments? And online users, online participants, please indicate your willingness to ask questions, raising the hand button. While the participants consider the questions, let me ask you something. We are developing the culture of the car sharing, and you are collecting the logs and try to raise awareness, and that how much that we should make the feedback to the educational materials. What do you think about expertise? Well, we are unable to fully leverage and capitalize the data set. However, that care sharing companies are building that database and the systems to raise awareness over the risky behaviors, and that we would like to support that. And I think that the more and more users own the electric kick scooters, and that the next step is to how to advocate that the risky behaviors to the users / owners. Okay, one more question, if that is brief. We would like to take one more brief or small question. Is everybody happy with that? Are you okay? All right. I think that we are almost to time. With that, we would like to conclude that presentations of the Professor Suzuki and Professor Ilio. Thank you very much, professors, for the fantastic presentations. Now, let's moving on to the next presentation. Let's go for the last presentation. That is the Thailand Aidlands project. The title is Investigation of the Operations and Services of the Small Public Transport and Paratransit to enhance railway station access. And the presenter is the project leader, Dr. Valamev Wichensen of the Kasetsat University. Dr. Wichensen, the podium is
please
yes.
Proceed with our presentation.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valamev Wichensen. Thank you very much for your introduction. I'm from Kasetsat University in Thailand. So actually, I got my PhD in Japan, more than 20 years ago. At that time, I was in Tokyo University. It has been always my happiness to come back to Japan. It's feeling like come back home again. So today, I am very pleased to introduce you about our research project. So actually ATRANS, Asian Transportation Research Society in Thailand, we granted 5 research projects last year, and the project number 5 of 2024. I'm going to be representative of this project to present to you. The title is The Investigation of the Operations and Services of Small Public Transport and Paratransit. This is to enhance the railway station access. Okay. This is the background of the project, of the study. In Thailand, maybe many of you already know that in Thailand, we have developed more than 20 years ago. We have got so far more than 300 kilometers of railway, urban railways in Bangkok. Okay. And we have in total more than 10 lines of public transport, railway transportation in Bangkok. But the access to the station has not been well developed. Okay. So far, we have bus, which runs in very long distance, which is not mainly served for the access to the station as it is normal in Japan. And taxi, because taxi is not very willing to travel for such distance, short distance to access to the station. So, and also the bicycle and also like a kickboard, as the previous presentation has presented. Bicycle and micro mobility is not very possible in Thailand because we have quite narrow roads. We have not prepared for such transportation. So access to the station, we don't have much options. The very possible option would be the walk. It's quite possible to walk, but it's not very convenient. It is very famous not in Thailand, but also in other Southeast Asian countries. It is the motorcycle taxi, the bike taxi in short. And on top of that, we also have the Song Tao, I'm going to say after this, and a couple of buses here. These are the feasible options to access to the station in Bangkok. So people as passengers, they're considering not only the time and cost to get to the station, but consider mainly the service quality in different components. For example, the safety concern, about the security concern, and also, of course, the convenience of getting to the station. So we are considering this. Okay, and as I just mentioned before, we have kapor buses. Okay, actually, most of the Japanese people know this one as a silorek. Okay, silorek. Okay, it's a kind of small and modified pickup truck, small pickup truck, convert pickup trucks anyway. Okay, as you've seen. Okay, I'm sorry. As you've seen here. Oh, not possible. Okay. Okay, it is most of them are the Daihatsu. Okay, vehicle. It is converted. Okay, from the small pickup truck to be the passenger van. Okay, normally they operate on a fixed route. Okay, and sometimes they also operate as taxi. I'll show you after this. Because of the small size of the vehicle, it is quite very flexible. It is quite easy to navigate into the small roads. In Thailand, we call it soy. It is actually a small road branching from the main road. Okay, it is quite easy to drive, to maneuver. Okay, it is quite suitable for that situation. And we also a little bit bigger pickup truck than the kapor bus or song tao. Okay, we call song tao. Song means two. Okay, song tao means there are two rows in the back. Okay, of the pickup truck. Okay. We convert it to be a bus as well. Okay, these two small pickup trucks. Okay, they are running and serving as a good public transport to get people to the station. Okay, and on the demand side, of course, as I just mentioned before, people have safety concern. We have the comfort and convenience issues of the small pickup trucks. Okay, and people also concerned about reliability, and also it's quite difficult for those who have difficulties, like for the handicap, it's quite not possible to do that. Okay, these are the negative perceptions of these pickup trucks. Okay, and besides of these concerns, there are also some concern or challenges from the supply side, which is the emphasis of these studies. Okay, because most of them are independent operators. Okay, it's quite difficult to comply with the regulation sometimes, and also it's quite difficult to compete with the other modes as well. Okay, this comes into the difficulties in the operation of these pickup trucks. Okay. This is the methodologies we started from the literature review, which is not quite common in the developed country, but is quite common in the developing countries. Okay, we have the site survey. We have interview not only the drivers and also the passengers as well. Okay, and then using this one, we did some analysis, and we'll actually show you after this. Okay, and we have to thank very much the advisor from the ATRANS, the advisor from the IATSS, and giving us very useful comments. Okay, they visit in Bangkok and show you us many things. Okay, and in a few survey, we did the passenger surveys and driver surveys in different locations. Along different railway lines. I'm going to show you after this. We visited the MRT, which is a mass rapid transit in short, the blue line, the dark red line, which is going to the north of Bangkok, connecting to the previous Don Mueang Airport. And we also have visited the green line, the yellow line, which has just opened last year. And we also did the observation on the green line. In total, we have interviewed more than 500 railway passengers and also 200 kapor bus passengers and 27 Songthaew drivers. Because kapor bus or Silorek has very unique characteristics. This would be the main emphasis of the studies and the presentation today. And first of all, I'd like to show you about the result of the interview survey of the railway passengers. And with respect to different modes of access to the station, just to emphasize that this is considering just only the short distance travel from their house to the station, or the first mile or last mile transport only. For walking, people said, of course, understand that this is cheapest because it doesn't cost them anyway. But they have concern about the safety, traffic safety, and also the crime safety as well. But with respect to the bike taxi or motorcycle taxis, they have some concern about the safety Okay, although this is very popular mode of transportation, but we ask them, okay, they still have some concern. But despite of their concern about safety, they are still using it. This is very curious. And with respect to the Kapor bus or Songtail buses, okay, of course they said it's safe time, and they perceive that it is much safer than motorcycle taxis. But in terms of convenience, it's not very convenient to take Kapor bus or Songtail bus. Okay, so this is the main concern. The service quality is not very good, although it is safer than by taxi. Okay, so they have some concern on the reliability, on the schedule, okay, on the convenience of the seating, whatever. So these two modes are still competing with by taxi. Yeah. And overall, we ask the perceptions, okay, comparing between these two modes. Of course, walking still get the highest satisfaction and safety. Okay, but okay, they have some concern about the security. Okay, so sometimes female people, like my daughters, okay, she doesn't want to walk alone, okay, along the street because it's not very safe. Not like in Japan, okay, it is safe everywhere, but not in the developing countries. So many times, like at night, they need to use bike taxi because they perceive that this is safer than walking at night. Okay, and for the Kapor buses, this is least convenient, although it is cheap to ride, but not very convenient. Okay, so this come to the starting point of the next part of the study is that we need to improve the service of Kapor bus. Okay. So actually, what are the Kapor buses? In total, we have just only 6 operator licenses in Bangkok. Okay, these 6 operator licenses, okay, they are running for the 124 routes. Okay, this comprises of the 1,377 vehicles. Okay, as I said before, okay, these buses are very independent. Okay, one by one. Okay, one vehicle is owned by one driver. Okay, it is quite difficult to get them together. Okay, it's not like a taxi association in Japan. Okay, here, okay, each one is independent. Okay, it's quite difficult to control them. It's quite difficult to improve them because they are owner drivers. Okay, and this is, of course, it is legalized by law. Okay, 6 licenses, 124 routes, and so much numbers of owners. Okay, and we sample, as I said before, we interviewed them more than 500 Kapor buses drivers, and we found that, okay, we asked, okay, what is the age of your vehicle? And we found that most of them are older than 10 years. Sometimes some of them are more than 20 years old. Okay, it means that the vehicle are very old. Okay, and the make, of course, this is a very Japanese maker. Most of them are Daihatsu, and some of them are the Suzuki's. Okay, and we asked them, okay, what's the fuel type? Okay, almost all of them, they are running on LPG, okay, liquid petrol gas. Okay, this is just to keep, okay, the running cost low. This is converted engine anyway. Okay, and asking about the driver themselves. Okay, and again, similar to the age of the vehicle, the age of the drivers is also a little bit old. Okay, most of them, they are older than 50 years old, and some of them, they are older than 60 years old. Okay, they have been driving for longer than 20 years. Okay, they have less education. Okay, not very high education, and most of them, okay, you can see number of days that they are driving 7 days a week. Okay, they're almost driving every day without resting time. This have also some security concern or safety concern anyways. Okay, have been driving for more than 10 years. Many of them are driving for more than 15 years. Okay, it's quite difficult for them to change the occupation because they've been in this occupation for a long time. Okay, asking about their income. Okay, and for the gross income, it seems, okay, not very low. You can see 30,000 baht mean you can multiply by 4. It's about 2 nimang. Okay, 120,000 yen anyway. Okay, 2 nimang yen. And after deducting the operating expense, the net income is a little bit low. It's quite low anyway. Okay, so you can see here the net income would be just 20,000 baht, which is like Hachimang En Kurai. Okay, and what are the operating expenses? Of course, the fuel, LPG, the fuel consume the biggest portion of the fuel expense, and in addition to the fuel, they need to pay for the station cost, or the terminal cost. Some of them they pay on a weekly basis, and many of them they pay by the monthly basis. These two are the main components of the operating cost of the Kapor bus vehicle. In terms of operations, as I said before, they operate in two modes. Many times they operate as a bus. We can call it a fixed route. It's operated as a bus. And sometimes they also operate for hire, like taxi. And we asked, most of them they operate, two types of services. For the fixed route, of course, because they can run two-way, on the going and on the coming back, leg. But for hire, as a taxi, they can have the going leg, but for the returning leg, they must run empty. So they must charge a little bit higher fare. But passengers, if they are willing to wait, they can use the normal fixed route operation, fixed route service. But to do that, the Kapor bus will depart, as long as they have enough number of passengers. Like one vehicle, they need to carry at most 6 passengers. So they need to wait until the vehicle is full filled by 5 or 6 passengers. But if the passenger is in hurry, they can ask the Kapor bus to depart right now and pay a little bit more, fare. So for the fixed route operations, they are making like 6 or 10. Most of them they are making 10 or 15 trips a day. And because the fare of the fixed route operation is quite low, they're not earning much on the normal operations. So the fare would be very cheap. 10 baht would means like 100 yen. Only. And this is the things, right? So we visited many stations that is served by the Kapor buses, including the BTS station, which is the Green Line. We call it Senanikom station, and also the Yellow Line. The Yellow Line just opened 2 years ago in 2023. It is nearly 2 years of operation right now. And you can see different lines and different routes. They have set their own fare. On average, it is quite about 10 baht or less than for one way as a fixed route. But in some area, Kapor buses are running for the longer distance, not only just to the station. Because as I said before, they're running as a bus. So they're running for a little bit longer distance. Sometimes they run for 5 kilometers. And for the routes, here, the green one, they run for more than 9 kilometers. And for the Pompong station, something like this, they are making very, very good business because it is in very center of the city center. They can earn more on the popular routes. But for Song Tao, I'm not saying this one, they're running as a bus anyway. But for the for high operation, as I said before, they can expect higher income for this. So many of them, in addition to the fixed route operation, they're making the for high operation about 1 or 2 operations a day. This makes the total income a little bit higher than as average. So we're asking them, how much they are satisfied with occupation. Most of them, yes, because they have been in service for many years. But asking about the satisfaction of the income, this is a problem. Then they perceive that the income is quite low compared to the other occupation. About the effects, what effects the operation. Okay, they feel that the number of the passengers are decreasing this year. Okay, apparently, they don't have any impact from the railway operation. It means that we hypothesize that once railway has opened, it brings more passengers to Kapor bus, but this is not true. It means that those Kapor bus are not serving the railway passengers. This is a problem. Although the Kapor bus seems to be the very appropriate mode of transport to access the station, but it's not true right now. They got big impact from the fuel price, still get big influence on the operation, and also they need to compete with the bike taxi, and also they need to compete. It's in the market in Thailand. There are also the share mobility. We call it Move Me. This is the name of the company. It's an e-tuk-tuk anyway. They are serving in the area. And because the drivers are quite old people, they're not used to, or they're not familiar with the new technology like e-payment, electronic payment, cashless payment. They're not very satisfied with this one. Although the passenger quite satisfied. So it doesn't matter right now today. So ask them how to improve. Most of them, they accept that we need to improve their vehicle because the vehicle is quite very old. The passenger, they're not satisfied with their vehicle. We know how to improve, but they don't have the resource to improve. They don't have money actually. We need to support them. So how to improve Kapor bus? We got the very useful suggestion from advisors. Why don't we improve like here? In Thailand, you have got the Honda one box car. It fits well. Why don't we improve, enhance? You modernize the Kapor bus like this with air condition. With the safety features. That makes the riding more comfortable. And to do so is quite very difficult. Need to support them. We presented them for options. The first one, the government might subsidize. This is just our dream. Subsidize and ask them to pay back. Because they are the independent operator. They might want to own the vehicle. In this option, they can own the vehicle. Just pay back within 7 years. With the present tense, we ask them, how much you feel interested. Very interested or not interested at all. And it seems that like less than half, feel interested on this option. And the next options, we ask them, to do the purchase, but it's compulsory to ask them to join, the platform like application, so that the operation would be more efficient. They need to pay a little bit more, but it's quite guaranteed that then they can have more number of passengers. And it's very clear that more drivers feel interested in this option. But instead of owning their vehicle, we just ask them just to rent the vehicle. They don't need to pay to own. So the payment for the rent would be quite low. But many drivers are quite interested in this option. But the last one, package D, they don't have to take responsibility of the payment out. They just be the company employee just to drive as a professional drivers. Many of them feel interested in this package, and then we did some modeling on this one and find what are the factors that drive the interest of each drivers. And lastly, we did the estimation of the number of Kapor bus necessary. Based on the present condition, we estimate the number of population that is served by the Kapor bus in the present area. And based on the present trends, we estimated although the number of data point so far is not very big, but we can see the trends that the number of Kapor buses must be proportional to the population. We can apply this one into the new area Like this one, this is the area of the Purple Line, which is nearby my house. Okay, this is a very residential area. Okay, in the suburb of Bangkok. Okay, we can apply this model to estimate the number of required Kapor buses. And this in my presentation, just to conclude that passengers feel perceive that Kapor bus or some kind of small public transport need some improvement. Okay, so that it can provide efficient service to access to the station. But to do so is not very easy. Okay, we must find some mechanism to improve them. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Witchen-san. それではご意見、ご質問をお伺いしたいと思います。
We'd like to take comments or questions from the venue or from online meeting. Please raise your hand before asking questions, and please tell us your affiliation and name before asking your question. Dr. Waramet is going to wear a translation device, so please feel free to ask questions in Japanese. And from the conference room, does anyone have any questions?
一番後ろの。
I am an individual consultant. My name is Tanaka in Bangkok, looking at the current transportation systems. No. Transportation systems like BTS, that kind of system is easy to use, but other buses and others are not easy to use, so I often walk in Bangkok. So I have one question. In Japan, we have Suica or Manaka, that kind of electrical payment cards available for transportation. With one card, we can finish payment in Bangkok. When I ask for this kind of cards at Bangkok stations, I cannot really buy any cards at stations in Bangkok. So BTS and MRT, there's no common cars available. And transit, changing trains is not convenient. So I'd like to ask, in the future, just like Japan, are you going to have a common system for all modes of transportation? This could be a little different topic from your project, but there are so many foreign people visiting Thailand. There are so many tourists coming. But, if you are traveling individually, and that's not very convenient, so that's why I asked this question.
For your question, okay. Not only for foreigners, but even for I myself, local people, it's quite difficult to find, to get on the bus. Okay, it's quite difficult. It's not as convenient as the Japanese bus. Okay, this is the first one. The bus route, okay, they keep changing the numbering. Okay, they try to reroute the buses. This is a problem. Okay, and coming for the ticketing system, because different projects, they come with different contracts. Okay, BOT contract, bill operator transfer. Okay, this is the main problem. Okay, this prohibits the common ticketing system. Although the government has studies for the common ticketing system for more than 20 years, it has not been realized yet. Okay, this is the first one. Okay, and so you asked about the availabilities of the card, right? Okay, right. It's quite difficult, as I said. Okay, to use the card on the BTS and use the same card for the Blue Line. It's quite difficult because we don't have the common ticketing system. Okay, this is the main idea. And then, okay, although it is difficult for different railway projects, okay, but for the access transport, Okay, like in Japan or in other developed countries, you can use one card like I use the like Suica card. We can use on the bus and on the train, JR. But even the rail itself, the blue line and the BTS line, they're not shared together. So if we integrate the Kapor bus or motorcycle taxis into the system, it's also not possible. So we need some kind of improved system so that the access and the main transport options can be integrated together. That's why I propose some kind of enhancement to the operation of such small public transport in Bangkok. Thank you.
All right. Concerned about the time, I would like to pick up brief comments or questions. One more comment or questions? Does anybody have? Would you care for a comment? How about the advisors of the ATRANS? Do you have any comments on that?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm advisor of this project. So, and I would say that thank you very much for taking care of us when I visited the Bangkok last November. And it is good to know that the paratransit system in Bangkok, but I still don't understand the paratransit system in Bangkok because it's very complicated for the foreigners. And my question is, I have two questions. And my first question is you mentioned that the Kapor bus ridership is decreasing, even the railway opening is not affected. I'd like to know the reason why Kapor bus passengers are degrading. And second question is on your conclusion. You mentioned that the Kapor bus operator need a proper support. So I would like to know that what kind of support do they need? Do they need income support or vehicle support or waiting place support or something like that? I would like to know that what kind of support do they need? I have two questions.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor Kobayakawa. And also your very kind suggestion. For the first one, this shows that the relationship of the number of Kapor bus passengers and the railway passengers, they do not correlate at all. It shows that for those who are taking Kapor bus, they are not going to use the railway. They just use for as a short transport only, just for their house, just to going to 7-Eleven only, something like that. Not as an access mode to the railway. Although it's appropriate as a station access mode, but they're not acting as an access mode. The first question. And the next one, you asked about what do they need for the support. Although they accept that the vehicle must be improved, but they don't have enough money. And also, it's not very guaranteed if they themselves invest to buy the new vehicle. They are not quite sure that this vehicle can be sustained, the operation can be sustained or not. This is the first one. And the second one, because the Kapor bus, they need some space, to park, to wait for passengers. And there is no space in front of the station. So the parking location or the location of the fleet must be a little bit away, like 100 meters from the station. So passengers, they don't want to walk that far. It's not convenient for passengers to get to the Kapor bus. But bike taxis are there, nearer to the station. So they need this kind of support. Not only the vehicle support, but also the operation support as well. The proper provisions of the space or location in front of the station, I think. So we need some kind of the design of the station so that every mode can be combined together. Thank you.
Sorry, we are running out of time. Does anybody have any more questions? More? All right. All right. Ask any questions to the doctor during the networking session. Thank you very much for a lot of the questions. The time is up. I would like to conclude the Q&A session. Dr. Wolomet, thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. Professor Sekine, thank you very much for being the master of the ceremony for the second part of the presentation session.
Finally, we'd like to invite Professor Ichinose, who is the chairman of the planning committee, to give us closing comments.
I am
Tomohiro Ichinose, committee chairman of the planning committee of the research and investigation division. Thank you to everybody for joining us on this research investigation reporting session of 2024 of IATSS. We have had 18 projects for the fiscal 2024, which is more than before. Out of them, we have selected 4 projects to present to you, as well as 1 project from ATRANS, which just finished now. As for the first one, it's a voluntary research project. It's a comprehensive suggestion about infrastructure to cohabit with self-driving cars. The second report is about administrative collaboration project about how to prevent accidents using AI. Number 3 is also a collaboration project between non-government agent and an organization, which was about Japanese roundabouts. Number 4, it was a voluntary research project, which was about international comparison about the infrastructure and environment to enhance the safety of small electric mobility. The 5th reporting was chosen among ATRANS research topics, and that was about investigation of operations and services of small public transport and paratransit to enhance railway station access, railway station access. So, from this fiscal year, among the ATRANS topics, we have added this session, selected by our planning committee. All of those projects have unique appeal as and suitable as IATSS reporting items. And also in the Q&A sessions, thank you to everybody for your questions and discussions. This will be conducive to our future research activities going forward. IATSS will continue to work hard on free and internationally minded cross-domain researches to contribute to ideal transportation society. As for the remaining 14 topics, which were not covered today, then in the final year of the project, we will publish a research report on IATSS website. Finally, we have a request to everybody. As for today's topics, as well as activities of IATSS as a whole, we strongly hope you could give us feedback. So for those of you who are in the conference room, you can fill in the paper-based questionnaire, and for remote participants, before leaving your meeting room, we will show automatically an online questionnaire. So please cooperate with us and respond to the survey. Now, we are going to have a short break before moving on to the award ceremony. For those of you who are in the conference room, please remain in the conference room physically here, and also for remote participants, please also stay online, stay tuned for the award ceremony. Again, we'd like to show our sincere appreciations for your participation in this research investigation report session. Thank you so much.
一ノ瀬委員長、ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much, Mr. Ichinose.
以上をもちまして、公益財団法
With
人
that, we'd like to close the research investigation reporting session
研究調査報告会を
fiscal
終了とさせていただきます。
by
長時間に
IATSS.
わたりご清聴いただ
Thank
き、
you so
また
much
活発
for
にご議論いただきまして
joining us
あり
for
がとうご
such
ざ
a
いま
long
した。
time, and also thank you for your active
ただいまから
participation in the
第
discussions.
46回
We now
2024年
have
度
the honor of
国際
holding
交通安全
the
学会賞の
46th
贈呈式を開
International
催させてい
Association
た
of
だきま
Traffic
す。
and Safety Science Award
竹
Presentation
内会
Ceremony.
長、小川委員長、ご登壇ください。
Chairman Takeuchi and Committee Chairman Okawa, please come to the stage.
Tachikawa 様、松林様、ご登壇
Mr.
ください。
Tachikawa, Mr. Matsubayashi, please come to the stage. First of all,
本日ご臨席いただいてお
I
り
would
ます。
like to
ご来賓の
introduce
皆様
the
方をご紹
distinguished
介いたし
guests
ます。
who have come to attend today's event.
警察庁次長、
Mr. Koichi
立川孝一
Tachikawa,
様においで
Deputy
いただいておりま
Commissioner
す。
General of the National Police Agency.
続きまして、
Next,
内閣府より、
from
大臣官房
the
審議官、
Cabinet Office,
松林浩
Deputy
二様でござ
Director
います。
General of the Cabinet, Mr. Koji Matsubayashi.
後ほどご祝辞を賜りたい
We
と存じます。よ
kindly
ろし
ask
くお
that
願い
you
申し上げ
extend
ま
your
す。
congratulations later.
続き
Thank
ま
you.
して、警察庁、交通
From
局
the
局
Road
長の
Transport Bureau,
早川里之様
Director
でござい
General
ます。
Mr. Satoyuki Hayakawa.
また、内閣府から
Transport
は、
Bureau of
政策統括官、
Oh,
行政、
sorry, I'm the
共助担当
Miss-
席、交通安全対策担当参事官
the
の
Cabinet
小
Office
玉
on
勝利様に
Traffic
ご臨席
Safety
いただいており
Policy,
ます。
Katsutoshi Tokodama.
それでは会長の
Now,
竹内和彦よりご挨
Mr.
拶を申し上
Kazuhiko
げます。
Takeuchi, the Chairman, would like to say a few words.
国際交通安全学会会長の竹内
I'm
で
the
ございま
chairman,
す。
Takeuchi. I'm the
こ
chairman
の度第
of
46回
IATSS.
国際交通
So
安全学
I
会
would
賞
like to take this opportunity
贈呈式
to
を開催す
offer
る
a
に
few
あたりま
words
して
as we follow
一言
the
ご挨拶を申し
46th
上げます
International Association of Traffic and
本
Safety
年もたく
Science
さんの皆
Award
さんにご参加
Ceremony.
いただけるよう
This year, we have
会場参
decided
加
to
と
hold the award
リ
ceremony
モート
in a hybrid
参加
format
のハイ
with
ブリッド
both
形式の
on-site and
贈
remote
呈式を行う
participation
ということになりま
so
す。
that many people can, as
本
possible,
日は
can take part.
ご対応のところ
Today,
警察庁次長
and we have the honor of having
Tachikawa Koichi
as our
様
guest Mr. Tachikawa, Deputy Commissioner
警察庁
General of the National
交通局
Police
長
Agency, Mr.
早川
Hayakawa,
里之様
Director General of the Transport Bureau of the National
内閣
Police
府から
Agency, from the
大臣
Cabinet
官房審議
Office,
官
Deputy Director
松林
General
浩二様
Mr. Koji Matsubayashi,
政策統括官強制共助担当付交通安全対策担当参事官
Mr. Kodama, Director for Traffic Safety Policy Planning Division. Thank you very much for being here with us. We understand you're very busy, but thank you very much for taking time out of your busy schedule. The International Association of Traffic and Safety Science Awards were established with the aim of contributing to the promotion of academic research and the development of a sound traffic society by presenting awards for research and other activities related to the realization of an ideal traffic society. This year, after a rigorous selection process from among many candidates, we have decided to present awards in the 2 on the performance awards, publication, and paper, 1 paper. All the winners and the congratulations. I would like to conclude by wishing all the award winners further success and prosperity in their future endeavors. Thank you very much. Moving on, on the planning committee of the awards and grants subcommittee, Chairman Kazuhisa Ogawa reports on the selection and screening process for the Academic Society Awards. Now, I would like to explain about the process of the awards. And today, I'm delighted to be able to hold the 46th Annual Meeting Award Ceremony. I would like to report on the background to the awards. The awards of this society are divided into 3 categories: performance, publications, and papers, and there are separate criteria for each category. The candidates for the awards are selected by the planning committee of the awards and grants subcommittee, and the final decision is made by the board of directors after a vote of confidence by the members of the society. The performance category is for achievements that have made a significant contributions to traffic and safety. This year, out of 10 candidates, 2 projects were selected for awards: supporting the city with share bikes and nurturing people, the pulse of bicycle culture in Sapporo City by the specific non-profit cooperation program, and public-private collaboration and regional creation Telework realizes cutting-edge region mobility by Shiojiri City. The NPO recruits supporting the city with a share cycle and developing people. The pulse of bicycle culture in Sapporo City is contributing to the development of traffic and human resources in Sapporo City by working with local governments and other organizations to develop share cycle-related business that take root in the community. The main share cycle business is steadily expanding and currently operates about 600 bicycles with electric assist functions and about 60 ports. The on-site operations are carried out by the Ezorok and the Poro Crew, a group of young people, mainly students who are affiliated with NPO Ezorok, and they are responsible for tasks such as the repositioning of around 220 vehicles per day. They are also actively working to improve services through the use of ICT and are working on the installation of GPS in all vehicles, improving the share cycle system, and dedicated to developing a multi-route search system called Mixway for use on campus. and using data for academic research. They are also actively involved in educational activities related to traffic safety and environmental conservation, including the relevant calls to action. Based on the recognition that the activities on the crew themselves are educational activities, they are steadily carrying out cleaning activities and modern rights. They are also contributing to disaster prevention town planning, such as by providing bicycles free of charge during disaster recovery. And as Sapporo City aims to become a hydrogen society, they are also working on independent development of bicycles equipped with hydrogen fuel cells. Thanks to these diverse activities, the number of Porokuro uses has increased significantly from approximately 110,000 in FY 2018 to 510,000 in FY 2024. In the harsh environment of having to close during the winter due to heavy snowfall, the process of growing as a local transport system through various shared cycles related businesses is a good example of how a series of town development activities related to local transport can be sublimed into a social system that supports and nurtures local towns and people, and we highly evaluate it as self-sustaining activity that contributes to the realization of the ideal transport society. And next one is Shiojiri City's public-private competition and regional creation. Telework realizes cutting-edge regional mobility. It's a traffic CX that has established collaborative system involving more than 20 companies from the public, private, and academic sectors. Under this system, from 2020, automated bus trials have begun. Based on the start of infrastructure collaborations in 2024, approval for automated vehicles and permission for specific automated operation were obtained, and it became possible to implement automated driving level 4 in society. In order to enable the buses to travel at 35 kilometers per hour, many survey and confirmation items are required, such as responses to emergencies due to changes in road, space, and the environment. But it is worth noting that these were solved by a limited number of local government employees. In addition, as part of the Public Traffic Initiative MARS, an AI-based on-demand bus service is also in operation. In the 5 years since it began operating in 2020, it has been used by a total of over 130,000 people, and the on-demand bus service has revealed the latent demand of the citizens. In the future, based on this need, there may be roads that return to regular bus services, and the KADO, K-A-D-O, which supports these traffic services, is a novel initiative in Shiojiri City. KADO is the name of the Telework system, and since it was launched in 2010, there have been around 800 registrations. As I mentioned earlier, and the 3D maps essential for the automated autonomous driving system mentioned above were created through KADO. In addition, AI-based on-demand bus services are operated by KADO members who work as reservation operators. These KADO initiatives can be applied to many local cities and are expected to bring about major changes in the management of local government in the future. We highly evaluated the various measures taken by Shiojiri City as pioneering initiatives that could serve as models for other local cities. The publications category aims to select excellent works that aim to create a better traffic society from among the new publications of the past 2 years. This year, 2 works were selected from among 36 entries: Walking Around Town and the Aspect of the City, Understanding the Wholeness of Spatial Experience by Yusuke Kita, and the other one is written by Kosuke Miyata, Wakako Bata, Taze Miyamura, and Yohei Hayakawa, how to create a bicycle city by learning from the world and designing streets and cities for people and liveness at the center. The first one, Walking in the City and Aspects of the City, is a book that summarizes the author's research, which was developed on 3 levels of theory and method, experimentation and implementation in the fields of design and cognitive science, with the aim of comprehensively capturing the overall enjoyment of walking in the city and the atmosphere of the city, based on the idea of walking and writing about it. Walking tours are used as tools for urban development, and then based on the experience of the experts, this is a field of the realm of the art in terms of the methodology. In practical terms, the participants' impression of the results of their walk through the city are structured through the experience of the experts. Based on that theory, and then sort out the ideas and put together by describing the interpretation of the city. And by analyzing the data collected, they are attempting to create a new methodology for understanding cities that differs from the traditional scientific approach. Further research and practice will be needed to establish the proposed methodology as a methodology, but it is thought to be promising achievement that can be applied to a wide range of fields, including traffic and cities. In addition to walking around the city, this book formalizes a process of capturing the aspects of a city through walking around the city and organizes it so that anyone can put it into practice. Learning from the world. How to create bicycle-friendly cities, designing streets and cities with people and lifestyle at the center is a book that presents practical measures for realizing urban development based on bicycle. The authors argued that although Japan is a major bicycle-using country with a high bicycle traffic share, in order to achieve a sustainable society, it is necessary to further promote bicycle use. And in this book, the Europe and North America, such as Copenhagen, the Netherlands, New York, London, Paris, and Germany, as well as in local areas in Japan, using a wealth of photographs and graphs and illustrations, they are presenting. And not just a simple introduction to each city, it also provides three-dimensional grasp of the success factors and issues in creating bicycle-centric cities, organized from the perspectives of needs, design, and urban strategy, and provides knowledge that is directly linked to practical work such as urban planning. Although Japan is a major bicycle-using country with a high percentage of bicycle traffic sharing, it is only a byproduct of a compact living area suitable for bicycle traffic and is behind in the development of bicycle infrastructure. The report then proposes a measure to develop quieter streets and more standard bicycle paths. And additionally, from the principle of design to the specific design details, the authors were highly commended for providing knowledge that is useful to a wide range of readers, including researchers, policymakers. The next one is the paper division. It honors the authors of outstanding paper published in IATSS Review, the Society's Journal, and IATSS Research, a collection of English language papers. This year, IATSS reviewed and examined 4 papers and editorials published in IATSS Review 48-2, 48-3, and 49-1, and 40 papers published in IATSS Research 47-3, 47-4, and 48-1, and number 48, number 2. Among the 44 shortlisted papers, Kyungmin Kim, and Keisuke Matsubayashi, and Masahiro Ishikawa co-authored paper, Analysis of Primary Party Traffic Accident Rates per Driver in Japan from 1995 to 2015, Do older drivers cause more accidents? Was selected. Currently, the number of traffic accidents in Japan is decreasing downward trend. However, the traffic safety initiatives are required to meet the needs of the times, including appropriate responses to the aging of the population. Under such circumstances, this study not only examines Japanese traffic accidents data based on the number of accidents per license holder, but also by analyzing time series accident data by age group. It attempts to clarify the factors and age effects related to traffic safety, education, and traffic safety policies at that time. In analysis, the BAPC analysis, which is also used in epidemiology and medicine, is used to conduct research on traffic accident analysis from a new perspective. The analysis focusing on the accident rate of traffic accidents is based on the number of drivers actually driving and shows that the elderly do not have many multi-vehicle accidents per number of drivers, while single-vehicle accidents are predominantly among them. Furthermore, for both men and women, the accident rates for men aged 80 and older and women aged 70 and older increases significantly with age, suggesting that accidents that do not involve others are more likely to occur due to motor skills or error in judgment. Analysis of the effects of the time period also shows that depending on the timing of the dissemination of basic traffic safety programs and electronic vehicle control systems, there are different trends in the occurrence on traffic incidents. The study was recognized as an excellent paper because it presents a new perspective of the future. Analysis of traffic accident data, including the use of Bayesian estimation to identify age period and cohort effects used in epidemiology and medicine, the explicit needs to exclude from the number of license holders the number of people who do not drive on a daily basis, and the detailed analysis of age groups of the elderly who have significantly more single vehicles created in the number of drivers. The paper also presents a new perspective on the analysis of traffic accident data in the future for comment and excellent paper. These are the summary of this year's selection results. We would like to express our deep respect and sincere congratulations to the winners for their efforts and outstanding achievement.
ただいまから国際交通安全学会賞の贈呈
Now
に
we
入らせて
will
いただきま
present
す。
the IATSS Award
竹内会
to
長、
the
ステージの
winners.
中央へお進みください。
So, Mr. Takeuchi, please proceed to the center of the stage. First, as for the Achievement Award, we have two winners. 2024 IATSS Award in the Achievement category. The first winner is Supporting the City with a Shared Bicycle System and Nurturing People, the Birth of a Bicycle Culture in Sapporo City, by specified non-profit corporation Protocol. On behalf of the organization, President Mikiharu Arimura and Secretary General Mikako Kumagai, please come up onto the stage.
国際交通安全学会賞、業績部門。
The IATSS Award in the Achievement category
札幌市での自転車文化の
goes to supporting the city with the shared bicycle system and nurturing people, the birth of a bicycle culture in Sapporo City.
記念は表記の事業に関し、優れた業績を
So specified non-profit corporation colloquial have achieved a great achievement to contribute to an ideal social system.
敬意を表し、
We show great respect to your efforts
功績を称え、
and to congratulate as a sign of congratulations.
2年
We present this award certificate
公益財団法人
April
国際交通安全学会
11th,
会
2024.
長竹内和彦、おめでとうございます。
Congratulations.
クリスタル立て並びに副賞として
We will present
賞
a
金の贈呈
crystal
をいたし
plaque
ます
and the cash prize as a supplementary prize.
おめでとうございます。
Congratulations.
それでは記念のお写真を撮影いた
We
しま
will
す。
take a commemorative photo now.
ありがとうございました。どうぞご講談ください。
Thank you. Now please return to your seats.
続きまして
Next, the
2024
second winner of
国際
the
交通安全学会
2024 IATSS
業績部
Award,
門2件目は
the Achievement Award,
官民競争と地
is
方創生テレワークの
Public-Private
最先端の
Collaboration
地
and
域モビリティ
Regional
に実現する
Revitalization. Telework realizes cutting-edge regional mobility by Shiojiri City. On behalf of the city, Shiojiri City Mayor Mr. Takashi
先
Momose
端産業振興室長
and Director of the Advanced Industry Promotion Office, Department of Commerce, Industry and Tourism, Mr. Koichi Ota. Please proceed to the stage.
はじめに表彰状の贈呈でございます。
First, we will present a certificate.
国際交通安全学会賞、業績部
IATSS
門
Award Achievement Award
官民競争と
goes to
地方創生
Public-Private
テレワーク
Collaboration and Regional
最先端の
Revitalization.
地域モビリティ
Teleworking realizes cutting-edge regional
塩尻
mobility
市どの以下同文でございます。
to Shiojiri
おめでとうござ
City.
います。
Congratulations.
クリスタル立て並びに
We
副賞
will
として
present
賞
a
金が
crystal
贈呈されま
plaque
す。
as well as a cash prize as a supplementary prize.
おめでとうございます。
Congratulations.
それではお揃いいただきまして記念のお写真を
Now
撮
we
影い
will
たしま
take
す。
a commemorative photo.
ありがとうございます。ご講談ください。
Now please return to your seats.
続きまして著作部門です。
Next, we will move on to the Literature Award. This year, there are two winners. The first winner is Walking in the City and the Aspects of the City, Deciphering the Wholeness of Spatial Experience. The winner is Mr. Yusuke Kita. Please come up onto the stage.
まずは表彰状の贈呈です。
First, we will present a certificate. IATSS Award, the Literature Award, goes to walking in the city and the aspects of the city, deciphering the wholeness of spatial experience. Mr. Yusuke Kita, you have achieved great achievement to contribute to ideal transportation society. To show our respect to your achievement, we present this certificate. April 11th, IATSS Chair Kazuhiko Takeuchi. Congratulations. We will present a crystal plaque and the cash prize as a supplementary prize. Congratulations. We will take a commemorative photo now.
Thank you very much. Please go back to your seat, please. The second prize, the learning from the world how to create the bicycle-friendly city, designing towns and roads with people and lifestyles at their center. The recipient will be Kosuke Miyata, Wakako Obata, Tazue Minamimura, and Yohei Hayakawa. Everybody, please come up to the stage using the left-hand side stairs. And Miss Obata is logging in from Germany. First of all, the certificate of the award is presented. This is the IATA certificate of the literature. That learning from the world how to create the bicycle-friendly city, designing towns and roads with people and lifestyle at their center. This is presented to the Kosuke Miyata. The crystal plaque and the cash award would be presented. Congratulations. And next, this is the certificate of the acknowledgement to Ms. Obata. Can you recognize me? Yes? Yes, I can see you. Hello. All right. So that's the Wakako Obata. This is the certificate of the recognitions presented to you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much that you prepared the white sheet of paper in advance. Moving on, this is the certificate presented to Ms. Minamimura. Ms. Tazue Minamimura, this is the same certificate presented to you. Congratulations. And next, the certificate of the recognitions goes to Yohei Hayakawa. Yohei Hayakawa, the same legislature of that certificate. Now, let's have the photo shooting session. Moving on to the photo shooting session. Miss Obata, you are the background of this picture. Thank you. For 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And award winners, congratulations. And moving on to the next session of the papers, there's the one recognition. The title of that paper is Analysis of the Primary Party Traffic Accident Rates per Driver in Japan from 1995 to 2015. The older drivers cause more accidents. The recipients include Dr. Gyeongmin Kim, Keisuke Matsuhashi, Masahiro Ishikawa. The gentlemen, please go up to the stage using that stairs on the left-hand side. Now that certificate of the commendation will be presented or handed over to the award winners. IATSS Award.
Analysis of primary party traffic accident rates per driver in Japan from 1995 to 2015. Do older drivers cause more accidents? Dr. Gyeongmin Kim. This award is presented to you for your outstanding paper, which represents an exceptional achievement in academic research and valuable contribution to the realization of an ideal mobile society. April 11, 2025, International Association of Traffic and Safety Sciences, President Kazuhiko Takeuchi. Congratulations.
So
the Crystal plaque and the cash award would be also delivered. Congratulations. And next, to Keisuke Matsuhashi, the certificate of the commendation would be delivered. So this is the academic paper section of the International Association of the Traffic Safety and Security. And again, that certificate of recommendation presented to the Masahiro Ishikawa. Mr. Masahiro Ishikawa, the same certificate goes to you. So this is the photo shooting session for commemorative photo shooting session. Please look into that camera. Three, two, one. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please go back to your seat, please. The award winners, congratulations to all of you.
Now we'd like to hear a congratulatory message from our distinguished guest, National Police Agency Deputy Commissioner General, Mr. Koichi Tachikawa.
失礼しました。第46回
The 46th IATSS Award Ceremony. And in the ceremony, we show our great respect to the winners and we congratulate you on the great honor. With international mindset, you have worked on transport-related problems, and we show our appreciation to the IATSS as well. Now, last year, 2,663 people have died out of transportation accidents, but to achieve our reduction goals, we still need to accelerate our activity. This year, on March 24th, our My Number card and the driving license was integrated, and April 1st, there was a law of the revision to the law as well. In next year, we are going to have blue tickets to bicycle violations. So the administration processes around transportation are making a lot of changes to reduce deaths from transportation. In addition to promotion, we will pay more attention to guidance as well to have transportation society without any accidents. Your organization and other organizations, we need to collaborate with them further. At the IATSS, as for international and academic and cross-border collaborations, please promote your activities even more efficiently to contribute to the realization of safe and comfortable transportation society. Today, we are going to have specific presentations about activities of the winners. The achievements of all the winners have given us a lot of insights for future activities to ensure the transportation safety. The achievements of the winners will be conducive. I hope they are conducive to the transportational administration in the future. Finally, we hope for your further success as an organization at IATSS, and this closes my congratulatory message. Thank you, Mr. Koichi Tachikawa.
続きまして、
Next, we'd like to invite Deputy Director General of the Cabinet Office, Mr. Koju Matsubayashi, to give us a few words. My name is Matsubayashi from the Cabinet Office. To all the winners of the IATSS Award, thank you and congratulations to all of you. And for traffic safety, IATSS have made so much contribution, and we'd like to show our great appreciation and gratitude to your contributions. Last year, 2,663 people have died from traffic accidents, and YOY, there was a reduction for the first time in 2 years. Still, there are tragic accidents killing children or caused by elderly people. We still face a serious situation. And the Cabinet Office is trying to achieve an accident-free society, and based on our master plan, we work with different stakeholders to work on transportation and railway and public transportation to promote safety in different fields. And from the next year on, we are going to have the 12th Transportation Safety Master Plan. And so we have already started discussions for the achievements of all the winners are based on challenges around current traffic-related challenges. They are conducive to tackling transportation-related challenges going forward. So for all of the winners and the members of the IATSS to solve transportation-related problems, we'd like to have continued collaborations from all of you. And at the same time, I sincerely hope you will be more and more active in your respective roles related to transportation safety. And finally, congratulations to all of you. Thank you, Mr. Koju Matsubayashi.
Let's continue for Mr. Kita, Mr. Miyata, Dr. Kim. They would like to extend their gratitude. We are going to start with Mr. Kita. Could you come up on the stage? Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm Kita from Nagaoka Zoukei University. I'm very honored to receive such a prestigious awards today. I'm learned architect, so actually traffic safety is not a part of my area. So I was really surprised. But looking at the list of the winners in the past, actually there's Dr. Yoshihara and also the scenery and the Professor Nakamura also name was there. So I'm really the honor that I can be one of the members. People are walking around the city and what they feel and how they feel and how can we understand their feeling and the senses. And that's my study, especially for the visualization, which is my area of the focus. And Kyoto, Shizuoka, and Niigata cities, I ask people to walk around and to ask them to verbalize how they felt through that walking them and try to create the graphs of the changes of the atmosphere or onomatope map which shows the sound. And also Nagaoka city of Niigata's the strange map is what I'm creating. And from the academic side, it's a very interesting book. So if you have an opportunity, I would appreciate it if you can just take a look. My study itself is based on my interest, but in the future for the city design or productions, if I have a message to send of the comprehensiveness of the city or wholeness of the city is what I would like to face with. That wholeness is, as you see in the title, this is the concept of the looks. Actually, the Mr. Hiroshihara, who's an architect, passed away in February, started that concept. So capturing the entireness is the base of this. When I'm involved in architect, I tend to look at the appearance and the user-friendliness. And for the construction areas, they probably look at the piping. And for the others, probably look at the real estate. So that means there is a specific focus of each architect. So the city is just the overall or haunting and entireness. So I would try to look at that and the building and the trees and people and wind, smell, and with all of them create the atmosphere. So people have the different sense of that atmosphere, and it also changes depending on the time and season, which means it is very difficult to capture, but I try to face it to design. And that's what I would try to send as a message. And from the academic perspective, I continue to to work on my research. Therefore, I was really pleased and encouraging that my work was evaluated by the IATSS, which was not related to at all. So actually, for looking at the city and based on the experience, the memory, and the traffic is also happening. So including that vision, I would like to roll out my work. And thank you again for giving me that honor and the prestigious award. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Kita. Let's continue to Mr. Miyata. Mr. Miyata, could you come up on the stage? Hello, everyone. And thank you very much for awarding our book, and all the relevant members. I really appreciate it. So Soseki Natsume said that just a simple person created the world, and it's difficult to live, but nobody moves out because of that. If that is the case, and they are moving to the house that are not very good, it's even difficult to live. So if we cannot move, and maybe we can just try to create where we are to make it easier to live or comfortable to live. Soseki Natsume is talking about the art, but the word difficult to live is what we have to improve, do better to make it easier to live. So that's all of our work. Kids walking around, or female or elderly, and those are fragile to the traffic. That's what we said. And those people are in the corner of the city, and also the enrichment of the bicycle on the society was woven. But for the policy structure, not really supporting those people, and under the name of safety, fragile people were forced to protect themselves and giving the pressure or suppressing the safety and liberty. Safety is not the goal, but that is the starting point to protect the dignity and the safety of the people, rather not to relying on the strong the system or the device without impairing the dignity and also the safety. Sustainable, safe world where it's easier to live. And that work is what we would try to move forward. And the message that we received from the world and the insights are what we would try to hand over to the next generation. That is our book for this bicycle. So we are at the era of the risk, and in the same era, you are also in the same situations. And I try to appreciate and show my respect and the blessings. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Miyata. Please come back to your seats. Now, I would like to ask Dr. Kim. Hello, everyone. I'm working for the Taisei Construction Company Engineering Department. I'm very honored to receive such a prestigious award today. First of all, such the precious and all the reviewers who selected us, and also I really appreciate all the IATSS members. And for the paper review members, gave the specific comment and appropriate comment. That means those are really helpful for us to improve our the work. I would like to take this opportunity to appreciate your comments again. So this award is such a great encouragement for our members to continue to work on this study. For the co-author and the Ishikawa-san and Masashi-san supported us significantly. For the quality of the paper was significantly improved with their support. Thank you very much. For this study, drivers aging is progressing, so the traffic accident is increasing because of those old drivers. But is it true that the older drivers tend to cause accidents? The cause of traffic accidents is because of the aging society and with the driving license holders. So many aged the drivers, and mentally, physically, this impairment are causing that accident. But with this study, we used the statistical data to see what is the main cause. And that was analyzed in our study. In conclusion, and the aged, the population per the license are not so high, and aged drivers, paper drivers, are quite high. So then I think that is actually the evaluated assessment of this. So we estimated the actual driver with the aged people, and especially the per driver single accident and the older than 80 years old and the female higher than 70 years old, 5 years old. At the same accident ratio at the age of the 20s. So the aged drivers are expected to increase. And also for the traffic accident, it still remain concern because of the aging, and also that education and traffic safety. We need to prepare the environment that is easier for the aged the driver to return on the license. And for this study, it's using the statistics of the police agency and the license data, driver's license data, and also the traffic situation and data. And those long-term statistical data were available. That's why we were able to do this analysis. And very precious on the statistical study needs to continue so that we can have achieve the reliable analysis. This kind of initiative will help to realize to contribute the safe society. Thank you very much again for today's award. Thank you very much.
それでは本年度受賞されました業績部門の業績内容をご紹介させていただきます。壇上の皆様は恐縮ではございますが、前方の席へお移りください。なお、立川次長はご公務のため、こちらでご退席されます。ご出席いただきまして誠にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for your participation.
本年度の業績部門。
So now let's moving on to the achievement category that we are the two winners. The first one is that the supporting the community and nurturing people with the share cycle system, the heartbeat of the bicycle culture in Sapporo. We will hear from the Ms. Mikako Kumagai, Secretary General of the Specified Non-Profit Corporation Polo. Ms. Kumagai, the podium is yours. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. My name is Kumagai. I'm from the Certified NPO organization, the members of the IATSS. Thank you very much for giving us the very prestigious award. And we are very pleased to be evaluated as a form of giving that certifications and acknowledgement. Upon that winning this award, I would like to give my thanks to the Professor Hato of the Tokyo University and that Professor Emeritus Hagiwara of the Hokkaido University and Director of the Hagiwara, so that a lot of the stakeholders and the supporters would never given up on us. Thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you. Very briefly, I would like to make the presentation on our project. We are certified NPO and we are in the cycle sharing, and that we would like to make the presentations to contributing to the town development, human and attractiveness through the bicycles, and that there are the 4 pillars of the initiatives. And the share cycle protocols is implemented by and operated by the certified NPO protocol, and introduce the Docomo bike share. That is the core of the operations, that the relocating, exchanging the batteries of the bicycle are done by the NPO NPO organization as a lock. That is on-site operations primarily done by the college students. That we closed our operation during that winter time. However, we started the FY25 operations in the 6th of April, and that mass media picked up our activities as the seasonal things of the spring, and that we cover the 5-kilometer diameters, and we situated 60 ports. And after the collaboration of the Docomo bike share, that we captured the spike in the users. And you can see there is the big spike in the users, that is the 510,000 times. And the number of the one-day pass doubled, and more than 30% are purchased by the foreign visitors. And looking at the GPS tracks on the right-hand side, you can see the bike users travel far outside of the city of the Sapporo. Some things like the Otaru, that is about the 35 kilometers from the Sapporo, and we received that request to pick up the bicycle on Otaru city. Now let me walk you through the activities of the Porocro in 2008. That is the time that the high speeding the bicycles, they are endangered that pedestrians, that is the social programs. And that we created the Team Bicycle startup, launched in from the Docomo company, and established a voluntary organization, Hokkaido Mobility Design Research Group, with experts and whole hands-on study sessions. And we developed that cycle port operating system in FY 2009, and that we started a collaboration with NTT Docomo and adding that to payment system. And we decided that we established the operating subsidiary of the Docomo. FY 2011, we established the Docomo Mobility Design, and we started the bicycle sharing business and social contribution activities. However, we suffered that the very depressed growth of that users. And FY 2014, that we gave up the performance or business performance and business operations as the entity. However, we have decided to establish the NPO corporation whose main source of the income is a donation and continue the business and social contribution activities. And FY 2015, that we make the restart of that business so that we continued that challenge. And that we relied upon that donations, but we also suffered the obsolete machines, and that we falls into that very challenging business situations because of the vulnerable profitability structures. For the FY 2019, that we have decided to introduce the NTT Docomo's system, and compared to the 3 years that use of the system increased 5 times. Now look at the business scheme of the protocol. On the right-hand side, that the major income comes from that the usage fee of the users and advertisement of that the bicycles. And we have the advertisers. We have the advertisers, so that is advertisement fees as the major income. Of course, that we are subsidized from the public sector, and that we rented out our bicycles at the public facilities. And we are engaging in the large number of the initiatives together with the universities. Let me introduce some of them. The initiative to improve the bicycle usage environment and promote safe use, so that crews or the members of our entities engaging in that, raising the awareness or advocacy as advocates or champions of that safe traffic. And that these members noticed a lot of the social challenges and issues and tackled the initiative to raise awareness of the citizens. For instance, that they created message board. That the message board is that if you get off the bike, that you are the pedestrians. You can get on the bike, you are the drivers. And in the Sapporo Love Bicycle Days 2015, and that we organized that the license training school for giving that license of the bikers, and it made the headline of the mass media. And to encourage the vehicles to travel on the road, ports that can be accessed from the road have been installed. Safe use awareness message are displayed on the port signs, and the Walk Your Bike campaign is being conducted, and together with the obligation of the usage of the helmet, that we are engaging in the supporting campaign to encourage to wear the helmet. And we conduct the user questionnaire once a year. And we also promoting that the business to monitor the helmet wear promotion. And that makes them to lead to the more effective. And in the 2018, that we developed that share cycle combination public transportation. And that software would realize the number of the port share cycles. And we also dealing with the disaster preparedness agreement on the mutual cooperation in times of the disaster. That is the Hokkaido Regional Development Bureau, Sapporo Development and Construction Department. That we are offering that the road information at the time of that disaster. And finally, let me introduce two initiatives for the future. The one is that the GPS installed in the vehicle estimate the movement trajectory by correcting the road trouble, and that with the high-precision GPS, the positioning accuracy is greatly improved, making it possible to grasp detailed traffic conditions such as whether the vehicle was walking on the sidewalk or road, and whether the vehicle was driving in the right direction or the wrong direction. Another one is that the hydrogen society, where that the city of the Sapporo is promoting. The city of the Sapporo is tackling with the promotion of the hydrogen energy together with the Hokkaido city. That we developed that the prototype of the FC assist bike, and through the Poroku, where that increasing the number of the users, that we would like to support the usage and the promotion and deliberation of the hydrogen. So the Poroku made that very attractive growth, and that is predicated by our missions and the vision that shared with the citizens and the public sector. There are a lot of the challenges regarding the bicycles can be sometimes intractable, but it's not detractable. Therefore, valuing that the diverse views, we will think together with our stakeholders, and we will contribute to make the city where everybody promote their well-being. Thank you very much.
熊谷様ありがとうございました。
Ms. Kumagai, thank you very much for your presentation.
続きまして、
Now,
官民競争と地方創生、
moving on, public-private collaboration and regional revitalization. Telework realizes cutting-edge regional mobility. Mr. Takashi Momose, Mayor of Shiojiri City, is going to present. Please come up, Mr. Momose.
皆様こんにちは。
Hello, everyone.
ご紹介いただきました。
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I'm Takashi Momose, Mayor of Shiojiri. I'm very honored to receive the awards from IATSS. Thank you very much for your evaluation, and we receive academic award, and we are very honored to receive this award. I'm given 10 minutes to present, so without further ado, I would like to explain the achievement. First of all, this is overview of Shiojiri City. It's in the middle of Japan, in the Nagano Prefecture, in the middle of Nagano Prefecture, and it is used as the accommodation area for a long time. And grapes and wine are the famous. For Nagano, we have 16 wineries in our areas. Seiko Epson office is also located, and 50% of 130 other populations are working for Seiko Epson. 665,000 people are in the population, and higher than 65 or the years old are 20%. So that means we have some big areas, and some are more than 50% of 65 years or older, for more like the farming area. So it is just a small version of entire Japan. So one of the characteristics of the Shiojiri's the regional vitalization project on the left, which is the first one, and the local local areas are working as a self-supporting telework project, which is Kado. And the next to that is the one we received the award, which is the autonomous and the vehicle on the DX project. And the bottom left is doing the business to resolve the problem, to develop the entrepreneur and community creation, which is SnapUp. And the fourth one on the bottom right is actually the across the border of public-private and the academy we established the core Shiojiri in 2016. For the autonomous and the vehicles, and actually Kado is the base of this and to begin working from home. Kado for the child rearing and caregiving or the disabled functions, and those cause the restriction of the work hours. And we want to provide the opportunities, environment to work depending on their needs. So the Shiojiri the public promotion, public cooperation is running this business. And the public company is receiving, and then about 400 teleworkers are outsourced at work and based on the OJT. While they're working, they can improve their skills. And main works includes the back office works of the corporations and also the three-dimensional map creation for the autonomous the vehicles and the operator works which are related to the traffic DX. And then the public communities are not receiving the service but also providing the services and creating the business together. That is the strength of this business, this city. So these are the traffic DX and the entire picture. So on the local areas which are more advanced aging societies and to protect the traffic age fragile populations, it is required to establish the regional societies that people can live safely. And also, we also have to advance that city. So that's why from 2020, autonomous vehicle Mars and the trial was conducted. From 2022, community bus and part of the community bus are on-demand bus utilizing AI and have a full-fledged operations. Through these activities, actually the less populations and the aging societies can be prevented. So compact city plus network is a city structure we would like to establish. And for the safe and the comfortably living society that can be provided that autonomous and the project, the DI project. So one of the AI the revelation on the on-demand bus, which is known as Shiojiri 1, and the users decreasing and the shortage of the bus and drivers. And in order to resolve that, part of the area is using this, utilizing smartphones and just specifying the area where they are going to move and the time. And this is the shared service of the bus. And about 400 meeting points are set for this the on-demand bus. It's very convenient. And for the last 5 years from 2020, more than 130 people use this bus. Autonomous driving is done based on this roadmap for the implementation. We started work on the experiment from 2022 for the taxi and small bus are used as a level 2. But in 2022, actually we were selected for the construction and the Ministry of Construction and Transportation as an implementation. So we are raising the feasibility of this project in 2023. Tier 4 minibus was purchased. So for that, it is possible to have the long drive at the testing. So this not only the autonomous vehicle that is available at this moment, but maybe the community and the public see that more with more opportunities, so it is improving the opportunities for that. So for in 2024, we established the collaboration with public and private, and we maximize that opportunity. And from Shiojiri City station to Shiojiri City Hall, and the autonomous and the driving for the level 4 was done, which is limited on the specific driving and sustainable autonomous driving. That's what we are aiming to achieve, and collaborating with the retail stores nearby. And aiming to establish as a business, especially for the level 4 or the autonomous the driving. And January 9th this year, based on the traffic law and road traffic law, and Shiojiri Station and Shiojiri City Hall, there's autonomous and driving for level 4 without drivers. And there are bus type of vehicles and then driverless autonomous and driving level 4. This is the first one in Japan. This is the level 4 experiment driving. Please watch it. Okay, thank you. In 2020, when we started the experiment, and technology is continuously improving every year, level 4 is just great. So I experienced this one without driver, so it's a completely different work. So the shortage of the people, which is the social challenges we are facing, and we can resolve that issue with this. In 2025, just the only budget from the city, and we are operating this. We have the actions collaborating with retail stores, and also the inspections and advertisement, and combining with the logistics. So we are going to improve the convenience and securing the logistics, and also improving the quality of the life of the community, and to try to protect the traffic and the fragile populations as well. So the CADO, the regional the resources are also involved in the supporting this. So it is a local production and local the expenditure. So that will be helping with the role model to do it. So it will be the place that regional DX the talent could be very active. And this is using as a trigger, and I hope people will find and the Shiojiri attractive. Then the various talent could be probably attracted. So we try to accelerate this revitalization and co-creation. So I'm also working on this to achieve it. So want to move to Shiojiri, want to support Shiojiri, or want to live in Shiojiri. So by connected with other people, and the quality of their living in this area can be improved, and also the people, we can increase the people who try to challenge it, and to create more sense of happiness. So in closing, on the IATSS further, the development is what I wish for. Thank you very much for your time today. Mayor Momose, thank you very much.
And next, upon closing of the ceremony, I would like to call for the Nobuyuki Kawai, the Executive Director of IATSS. Mr. Kawai, the podium is yours. My name is Kawai, the Executive Director of IATSS. Everybody on this venue and the online participants, thank you very much for joining the IATSS Research and Project Reporting and Award Ceremony FY 2024. Thank you very much for your participation. I really appreciate. And we welcome the Deputy Director, Daisuke Tachikawa, Director General Hayakawa, Deputy Director General Matsubara, and the Mr. Kodama, the counselor, Kodama, from the Cabinet Office, as well as many participants from the general public and related organizations, and the remote participants from the overseas. We would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for your continued warm guidance and the support which made it possible for us to report on the results of our activities over the past year. I'd like to thank you again for your continued support and patronage. Since the establishment in 1974, IATSS has been active in conducting surveys, research, and a discussion on the present state and the future of the transportation society, disseminating the results of society by bringing together a wide range of the knowledge and experience. Currently, 61 members who are active in the forefront of the various research fields related to transportation. And the 21 members, all of whom are active, are engaged in the variety of the practical and highly anticipated activities with an emphasis on the interdisciplinary or internationalism, belonging respectively to the research and survey section, international co-creation section, journal editing section, and social and corporate editing section. And today, the first half of the meeting, that we hear the debriefing that the 4 outstanding research projects conducted by the IATSS members in the past year, and as well as the research project conducted by ATRANS in Thailand, which works in collaboration with us. In the latter half of today's project seminar, the IATSS Award was presented to projects, to works, and to papers published in IATSS research, which are selected from among the wide range of the candidates for the award. In recent years, the environment surrounding traffic, not only in Japan but also globally, has been rapidly changing, not only on the technological but also on the social and the cultural level. IATSS is pursuing a new vision of the transportation that is relevant to the times and that focuses on the humanity based on the perspective of traffic safety and the conjunction with the new perspectives of sustainability and well-being. The members and of the society will work together to realize the vision of the IATSS vision, which was announced at the 50th anniversary celebration, and the desire of the founders of the Honda Giken Kogyo, as stated in the foundation's charter, to contribute to the realization of the ideal transportation society. We look forward to your continued support and patronage. I'd like to thank all of you for your participating in today's symposium. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Kawai, thank you very much. Now, we would like to conclude that IATSS Research Project Reporting and Award Ceremony FY 2024. Really appreciate your cooperation to fill out your questionnaire. Thank you very much for your engagement for a very long time. And really appreciate your understanding, patronage, and cooperation to the activities of IATSS. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.